I put in mad hard work. Been climbing with this rhyming, I'm still sharp as a diamond. Everybody know, yep, making sure so you don't forget. 80s baby, hip-hop raised me no matter what. This money lifestyle won't change me. I'm still a regular dude, house with a view, models in the back, swimming in the pool, dancing in the nude, and I know that good stuff. I feel like I found a genie and asked for more wishes. Eating good is delicious. My music's so hot, so vicious. Gotta go hand with these lyrics.
Cause we work hard, but we play harder. Yeah, we work hard, but we play harder. Cause we work hard, but we play harder.
Cause we work hard, but we play harder. If you keep grinding, I'm sure you'll be shining. Optimistic, futuristic, work hard, play hard, then recline it. Never let up, never give up. Constantly, honestly pursue everything you want in life. Prepare to fight for it, then pay it forward. Good karma, no drama, Dalai Lama style. I try to be versatile, I gotta be thorough, then search for the piles. I walk many miles and deal with the stress and keep pushing on when there ain't nothing left. That's how you earn your respect. Yeah.
Cause we work hard, but we play harder. Yeah, we work hard, but we play harder. Cause we work hard, but we play harder.
Cause we work hard, but we play harder.
Cause we work hard, but we play harder. Yeah, we work hard, but we play harder. Cause we work hard, but we play harder.
Cause we work hard, but we play harder.
So you reckon you can handle me? Think it's so simple, ABC. Listen like kids TV. Now I won't go quietly. Boy, you might get a shock. Your time's run out like a broken clock. Now it's my time to fight. Careful cause the girl might bite. No, I won't sing and I won't dance. Yeah, I think you just blew your chance. I won't be a puppet no more. I won't be a puppet no more. No, I won't sing and I won't dance. Yeah, I think you just blew your chance. I won't be a puppet no more. I won't be a puppet no more. Because now you're in trouble. Best that you run away. Cause I want you, boy. Be careful cause I might bite. On the double, go running high. Cause I'm here and I want you, boy. Be careful cause I might bite. Boy, be careful how you talk to me. Better be nice, treat me gently. If you do wrong, not right, then you might see me bite. No, I won't sing and I won't dance. Yeah, I think you just blew your chance. I won't be a puppet no more.
抢不过我们，
当敌人一样对待吧，见到他们就把他们往死里弄。请期待我们 PI 的精彩表现，奥本见。
这里就是澳门著名的酒店威尼斯人，建筑面积达到了95.1万平方米，有3条内部运河，运河两岸都是优雅清新的欧式建筑。在这里不仅可以品尝到各国美食，还能在运河两岸的购物店里买个痛快，更有船夫在贡多拉上为你高歌一曲。话不多说，快跟我们一起来体验吧。Hello， 大家好，这里是 Hello 澳门，我是今天的主持人叶玲。而今天呢，我们很高兴的请来了来自韩国的 Actus Red 战队的选手 Starlord， 跟大家打个招呼吧。
안녕하세요, 액토즈 스타. 레드의 스타로드라고 합니다.
Starlord 来自韩国赛区的 Actus Red 战队，韩国绝地求生知名选手 ，PK2 总决赛冠军。我们用中文跟大家打个招呼吧。大家好，我叫 Starlord。
大家好。我是 Starlord。
非常的标准啊！我们现在位于的是威尼斯人的大运河购物中心，我们话不多说，一起去体验一下吧。那你感觉这次比赛有没有什么最强大的竞争对手是谁呢？
거짓말은 안 하고. 한국 팀이 가장 무섭기도 하지만 중국 팀 중에서 17게임이 가장 무섭고.
17게임이 17게임이我们的 Starlord 感觉最强大的竞争对手竟然是我们的17战队。我们都知道你的名字是 Starlord， 为什么要取这个名字呢？
첫 번째는 마블 캐릭터고 두 번째는 그 스타로드라는 캐릭터가 정말 재밌고 유쾌하고 그리고 리더십이 있는 건지 없는 건지 모르겠지만 해결해 나가요 문제를. 그게 너무 멋있었어요.
其实你们 Actus Red 战队里面有很多都是用漫威的名字命名的，比如说 Hook， Wanda， 是吗？为什么要用 Hook 和 Wanda？
사실 회사에서 한번 하라고 했고 이제 정하다가 보니까 이제 헐크라는 선수는 덩치가 좀 있고 화를 그러니까 내면은 정말 헐크가 생각이 나요. 그래가지고 그냥 그게 게임에서도 나와요. 잘해요. 무섭고 그래서 헐크가 된 것 같아요.
刚刚我带着 Starlord 沿着大运河一直走了过来，我们发现，其实，在大运河的两边真的有非常逛不完的商铺。在大运河上也发现了很多人在坐船。哎，我们的 Starlord 好像对于这个坐船非常的感兴趣。我们话不多说，我们一起去坐一下吧。其实我们威尼斯人那么大的一个面积，有3条运河。 就这样的同样的河流有3条，然后你知道这个3条河的总长是多少吗？我给你3个选项，自己思考一下。
B。
B。You sure?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yes.
Yes. 470。Sorry. You sure?
No.
Yes. 就其实我们的船夫小姐姐是来自意大利的，嗨，然后她会唱歌，我们要不要听她来给我们唱一首？哦。
와. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh, 감사합니다. Together. Okay.
Okay, let's start. 1, 2, 3.
甜蜜蜜，
들어본 것
你
같은데.
笑的甜蜜蜜，
아.
甜
你笑的甜蜜蜜。
哦，还是可以的，还是可以的。OK， 我们刚刚也听到了意大利小姐姐的优美的歌声，然后在这种非常优雅、非常舒适的环境中休闲自在了一回。那我们也祝愿 Starlord 能够在 PAI 的赛场上能够表现得非常出色，也祝愿你有非常优异的。
파이널 올라갈 때마다 저희가 잘 못했거든요. 근데 그걸 결승전에 보여줘서 다행이라 생각하고 저희가 결승전에서 했던 것처럼 하면은 충분히 1등할 수 있을 것 같아요.
항상 믿고 응원해주시는 팬분들이 있기에 저희가 이렇게 힘내서 PAI까지 진출할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
저희 화끈한 플레이 마카오 가서 다시 한 번 더 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
关野街是澳门荡仔旧城区的重要组成街道之一，也是远近闻名的美食一条街。
嗨，大家好，这里是 Hello 澳门，我是主持人宅宅。那么现在在我身边呢，就是来自3S 战队的李思南。思南跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好。
李思南 ，FPS 领域传奇人物，前世界冠军 ，PCPI2亚军，是一位经验丰富、能力突出的选手。
那么今天呢，我将会和思南一起去体验关野街的美食，让我们一起期待一下。哎，这里。哦，拿这个吧。哇，那排了这么久的队伍之后呢，我们终于是买到了非常出名的很有鱼蛋。 然后我们也点了非常多的鱼蛋，还有他们很特色的一些小丸子之类的。但是呢，在我们开始吃之前，我要首先问我们的思南一个问题，就是你知道咖喱的起源在哪里吗？
印度吧。
回答正确，没有错。咖喱的起源呢，就是在印度。那么废话少说，我们赶紧开吃，好好吃。
这毛肚好吃。
好，接下来的话呢，我们马上就要去到下一个的美食店了，是什么呢？那就是安德鲁饼店。蛋挞呢，是不是小吃当中的一个代表？而安德鲁蛋挞是蛋挞当中的代表了。但是这边呢，还有一个问题想要问到我们的思南。 其实呢，还有一家蛋挞店叫做马嘉烈。你猜马嘉烈和安德鲁他们是什么关系？1父子，2兄弟，3夫妻。
安德鲁、马嘉烈，兄弟吧？
兄弟？不对，其实他们是夫妻关系。安德鲁和马嘉烈离婚了之后呢，马嘉烈他也开一家蛋挞店，然后也是很出名、很好吃的。今天我们吃到的这个蛋挞呢，也是 澳门葡式蛋挞一个代表。互动之后呢，我们也要赶紧出发去往下一家的甜品店了。那么这家甜品店呢是非常出名的莫艺记，走着。好了，现在呢我们已经到达了莫艺记甜品店的门口了。俗话说得好，莫艺记有3宝：榴莲雪糕、木糠布丁和大菜糕。所以今天呢我们就要来尝一尝。等一下，我先问那个思南一个问题，你会不会吃榴莲？
我吃过一次，在泰国吃的，
感觉怎么样？好吃吗？
还行，但是我可能闻不惯，但是味道还可以。
今天要不要再试一下这个榴莲雪糕？就是他们店的这个招牌。
可以尝试一下。
慢慢来，试一下
啊，试一下。
对，
好好，我们可以先吃再不选。哎，什么感觉？
是不错的，里面还有那个榴莲的果肉在里面。
那么体验完了关野街的3大美食恒佑鱼蛋、安德鲁饼店和莫艺记甜品店之后呢，还是要问一下我们思南最喜欢哪一家店的食物，然后为什么？
最比较喜欢鱼蛋吧，因为它的有咖喱味嘛，然后还有这些辣味，我个人比较喜欢口味重的东西嘛。然后其次就是榴莲雪糕，它非常不错，因为平常我吃的榴莲雪糕就是它只是说榴莲味的雪糕，它这个榴莲雪糕里面还有榴莲的果肉，然后是非常不错。
所以，如果前来观赛小朋友有时间的话呢，可以来到我们的关野街美食街体验一下我们这个美食之旅。最后的话呢，也是预祝我们思南以及3S战队可以在 PI 中取得好成绩，好吗？
好，
加油！
加油！
比赛加油！
大家好，我们是 L Stars 战队。
我们战队就是绝地求生，稳中求胜。
PCPI 最后一天的第2场，我们吃鸡嘛，这场很关键，可以说是奠定我们前4的地位。那把我们打得很稳，而且沟通做得很到位，该拿的人头一个都没有少。
只有那一把，我们必须要稳定的拿下分，我们才能晋级到前4。然后，所以那一把是最艰难的一把，对我来说。
对我自己来说就感觉挺好的打的，因为自己有提升，一开始打的不是特别好。
3S 这个战队不要让我们争，因为他们
打比赛的时候经常碰到。
新赛制他们能够打得这么稳健，而且人头分场场都很多，这种打法就给我们很大的压力。
韩国战区的话，我会感觉他们很稳很稳。他们不管是枪法还是说个人能力都很稳，
出现的失误率很低，
就包括跟我们一块儿去打 PAI 3支队伍，都感觉特别强。
PAI 晋级了，就把 PCPI 的遗憾和失误都留在上海，把我们想要的带去澳门，在澳门能实现。
这次我们奔着冠军来的，澳门等我们来。
스포츠도 지금 우승에 도전할 수 있는 상황이거든요.
오진 엔투스 포스입니다. 저희 처음 이제 시즌 시작하기 전에 목표는 이제 파이널 위크 파이널에 진출하고 싶었고 그 중에 1등을 2번 정도 하고 싶었어요. 그러면 자연스럽게 마카오도 가고 1등도 노려볼 수 있다고 생각합니다.
해외 팀들이 이제 한국에서 막 대회를 했던 적이 있는데 OSM이라고 그 당시 막 해외 팀들 하는 걸 많이 느꼈는데 한국보다는 이제 수준 차이가 좀 많이 났습니다.
중국 팀이 한 번 교전이 일어나면 뒤로 빼질 않는 성격인 것 같아요. 그래서 한 번 만나면 끝까지 승자가 가려질 때까지 싸우는 편이라 그게 좀 무서운 것 같아요.
중국 선수분들이 저희 포스를 많이 알 수밖에 없는 게 저희가 많이 이겼기 때문에 솔직히 개인적으로 저는 중국 선수분들을 생각해 본 적이 없어서 제가 이번 마카오에 가서도 정말 미친 경기를 보여드릴 테니까 꼭 기대하시고 지켜봐 주시기 바랍니다. 마카오에서 뵙겠습니다.
我们是 Nova MS 战队。因为我们要到季后赛决赛最后一场，才知道我们要到澳门的 PAI， 那所以这样心态会非常的紧绷。
我们总体来说在季后赛表现得太差了，但我们失去的会从 PAI 拿回来。
虽然我们在决赛中表现得不是很好，可是我们会在 PAI 上用枪来跟其他队伍说话。
虽然我们是比较新的队伍，但我们还是会努力硬斗赶上你们，并超越你们
的。我特别在乎的是 AHQ Esport， 那因为他们对打架的理解能力不错，然后细节处理也非常的好。
韩国赛区的 OP Rangers， 因为里面的 Ace 卡跟萨克的打法我比较喜欢。比较欣赏，所以我比较在乎 OP Rangers。
第一次参加国际型比赛，心态有点小激动。我们稳定下来，一定会拿到好成绩的。
谢谢你们一路以来的支持，我们会尽全力的打出好成绩。
พวกเรา Armory Gaming พวกเราเน้นโพซิชั่นเป็นหลักไม่ได้เน้นคิวเลยทำให้เราผ่านเข้ามาในรายการ PAI ได้
ก็ฝากแฟนๆเชียร์นะครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดในฐานะที่ได้เป็นตัวแทนของประเทศไทย
รู้สึกโชคดีมากแล้วก็ที่ได้รับโอกาสนี้มาแล้วเราก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
ผมไม่ได้รู้สึกกังวลกับทีมไหนนะครับ
ก็ประเทศที่ผมสนใจมากที่สุดก็คงจะเป็นประเทศจีนเพราะว่าผมไม่มีข้อมูลหรือว่าอะไรเกี่ยวกับเขาเลยแต่ว่าล่าสุดที่ไปแข่งที่ PGI เขาก็ได้แชมป์ไปสิ่งที่อยากจะบอกกับทีมของพวกเขาก็คือผมก็ไม่ได้เก่งมากครับแต่เจอได้
ทำให้เราประสบการณ์มากขึ้นแล้วก็ทำให้เราเรียนรู้ผู้เล่นจากต่างประเทศมากขึ้นครับ
เป็นที่1ในไทยแล้วแต่ทีมผมจะมาเป็นที่1ใน PI ด้วยครับ
ฝากเป็นกำลังใจให้กับทีม Armory Gaming ด้วยนะครับผม
เราก็มีดีพอที่จะเป็นแชมป์ครับ
ก็ผมก็รู้ว่าทุกคนเก่งที่มาแข่งที่ PAI แต่อยากจะบอกว่าก็มาดีครับ
亲爱的观众朋友们，大家好！您现在正在收看的呢是 TCPI 第2赛季
总决赛的比赛直播，我是今天的主持人兜兜。杀出黑马，捧杯成功，还是老的战队可以捍卫自己的荣耀呢？于是让我们拭目以待。接下来 PCPI 第2赛季总决赛正式开战。
他右侧其实很有可能会暴露在敌方枪过来看 YDD 放到一个第2波出了一点小问题，但是阿多摸过来了，打一个背身的冲3S 防区，甚至都没有。哎呀，季云这里想直接正面冲过去打提前枪，再侧翼拉上，有没有看到？看到了，散了，安静。好的，恭喜3S，
恭喜3S 战队。
哥是摔倒了，
这一波的话，
一波一定会保。侧身队伍手手这边拿飞飞，看到一个
伤还是非常。
到一个侧身，直接被什么提，应该是也是要发生一波正。看到了老爹，这边的话以瞬间换到2个，
泼水，一队
正在术后的艾迪，哇是一姐被211
给人5分，接下来的话再打到一个，还是阿多还出手在帮助他们，
也看一下能不能收掉大只的人头，
没有，
那恭喜17。
撤退一波，换法去连续出来，再
一枪放倒了正在位移过程中的39。打了个照面，提前枪，漂亮，放倒一个，任务再打一个协同，对，处理掉。是的，这一波再打漂亮，不会让自己的身体。
比赛在扶人，
来侧面，这第2个人也锁定，好，这样子，就在原点。
哎，看到了。
打金在正面对决当中战胜李斯丹，恭喜17战队5杀之绩，恭喜17战队115分，
恭喜17，有请17战队举起属于自己的冠军奖杯。PAI 的4支战队能够在国际赛场上取得优秀的成绩。2019年1月10日，让我们一起为中国队加油！
Display aja dapat 1 men. 2 Lensnya ditolak dari Voldemort berhasil mendapatkan 1 gol selain sedang bermain spray down. Betul. Baik bermain dengan sangat agresif. Ini punya suppressor tadi. Waduh, ada Angga kali ini. Oh berusaha untuk menyelamatkan dan juga.
Oh, tapi di depan dia melihat tim Dede di situ.
ไป3แชมป์10ดาวจากเกมที่ไป3แชมป์10เก็บงานนะครับโยชิเรียบ ไปไม่ได้ยืนครับออกไปแล้วโดนปู่ชิวมาตอนแล้วเรียบร้อยครับเทอร์โบมูดพับจีครับแชมป์ในเกมเรื่องประจำของพวกมาครับเรียบร้อยแล้วประจำของก้อนนะครับเริ่มมันขึ้นเรื่อยๆตรงนี้พีชใจหรือเปล่าครับว่าเอาเลยเต็มที่เตะครับโยชิครับจัดโมเมนต์ที่ขามาปู่ชิวจะมาเรียบร้อยจัดโมเมนต์เป็นเฮดช็อตครับแล้วดูครับโบดี้ก็โดนน็อกอีกครับเจมได้โยนชิ้นพิงออกมาสับใช่ครับAFWB หายเลยครับโดนยังไงถ้าน้องมานี่ปุ๊บเรื่องเช็ค2แล้วเปิดมาตรงนี้ตะวันเก็บมาหน่อยครับแล้วมันจะระเบิดครับมันจะระเบิดด้วยโอกาส4,025คะแนนเทอร์โบดูจากประเทศไทย
クレストゲーミングザナドゥサンチスターツーサイダー
に入ったんですか。現在2名。おお。後ろからやはり強かった。この選手たまらず分かっているピアノイただ負けてられないかも打ち合い体力が互角。出てこい。さあ打ち当て取る。いや青はやっぱ見えていないか。さあ左を見るとラスカルでした。落とせているかどちらだ。バレていないか返したビロンがダウン。インビテーショナルの 航空券がマカオ行きのですね航空券が授与されます。
まだまだいろいろ課題あるんですけど、まあ統括できるように頑張りたいと思います。
フグルブレーブにヒバ。
スーパーとの戦闘 USG を取り切れるかといった
射撃も怖いので。
いやーもう予測ですか。い
やいい予測。
いい予測完璧だよガムは。
大きく変わりましたね。
安い。
グリムリーパーを処理した
数歳だ。もう同様です。にここでは見えていないんでしょうか。さあクレイレブリの中からお邪魔します。きっちり
ロングスターからハックボ
クレイジー TJS シーズン1公式ですね。見事優勝に輝いたサンシスタースーサイダーズの皆さんどうぞ。
どういう試合展開になるかはわからないんですけど、そうですね、全力で楽しみたいと思います。
2위까지 올라갈 수 있어요. 케인! 와 케인! 엑소드 스타즈 레드! 끝나요? 네.
거기다가 레오파드까지.
레인저스 락스. 또 발견했죠. 하지만 조심하세요. 레드가 웃어요. 3대2. 엑소드 스타즈 레드. 스타즈 레드! 2위가 전전! 자, 2위가 빅바트 선수 있거든요! 스타즈! 보이시죠? 슬라코 있죠? 자, 레인저스 안전하게 적으로 4대2! 자, 마무리 들어갈 것 같습니다. 오필 게이밍 레인저스의 주인공이 되는 엑소드 스타즈 레드!
레드가 46점으로 당당하게 우승을 차지하게
뜨거운 박수를 부탁드리겠습니다. 레드 황현 선수에게 아낌없는 박수를 부탁드리겠습니다. 엑소드 스타즈 레드! PK의 첫 역사에 한 패를 장식한 엑소드 스타즈 레드 선수들에게 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수를 부탁드립니다.
엑소드 레드 팬분들 정말 감사합니다. 그리고 마카오까지 가서 우승하겠습니다.
局外给打掉的情况下，这边后续部分，然后阿佛这边是3个成员，哇，这个原走位也太精湛了吧！竟然都还撸台车子的行业，第3台挖掉了一些不应该打架的地方出现的一个人头，哇，这边1v2，先率先出手，把第一波成功打掉情况下，抓到第一个情报以后要来打，首先打到这波补完止血哦。希望对手已经剩1滴血了，最后的加有没有办法拿掉了？然后抓，这边想不到甩回来，死都没办法把这个最后一个残局 MVP， 我觉得不用多说，赢。恭喜阿妮妮，阿妮妮这边是一个，然后后面这边只能靠赛，这边 AK 红点直接远距离全压，再放倒一个。抓，但 Pubg 枪法的 CC 是这边3方后面跟上了老爸，还有然后 KS 也被打到一个残，互相交换了一个人头以后，温拿打掉了 Tino， 想要拼一个名也被抓到了，然后轻轻松松把这个最后一个人头收下。哪一个 HQ 的成员拿下呢？藏獒，真金是守着，哇，直接扫下来，漂亮，单窗，1楼还有位置，怎么可能？当然是一个4凶残，哇， 那个是 Pubg 目前我觉得三国做坏的地方，直接点击
这边走有孤狼位，想埋伏哦。
对，这一边去第一势必要从
这个时间点吗？
单了。哇，这边你这边要先把牛奶打掉。OK， 诺尔这边了，剩下的是 UWHQ， 办法选择自杀，不让对方赚到这15分，漂亮 HQ。配合上队友的部分，先看到的是诺尔压牛奶，牛奶这边没有打，反而在打2次 GD 这边
2打1，
直接被原点给压掉牛奶，哇，
对，
真的太完美了。来，再度来看一下温拿这边。 你在做什么？你直接跳下去，其他劣势还是被 SR 给补掉，太可惜了。
我觉得刚刚 CC 这个位置打的，
大家相当的熟悉，
前进啊！哦，这波压的漂亮，打到0249，在这时候特别的强悍。
万明这边，哇，有机会吗？没有机会啊！恭喜 HQ 这边再度吃鸡，10杀拿下了这个胜利。
哎，我的天哪
，1600。
Exclusive black equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes.
It's time for the PUBG Asia Invitational in Macau. It's 2019, it's the first event of the year, and we are ready to get the action underway and see what the teams from this region have to offer. My name is James Banks, and I'm going to be joined by Toby as we're ready to bring you all the action. Toby, how are you feeling, my friend? I know you were super ready for this one.
I am crazy excited. Just looking at this right now, all these ramps around the arena. I mean, I can't wait to see what's going to happen. The trophies up there. Got the main stage coach on scene there as well. This looks amazing.
So that's one thing, right? This region will always
yeah.
But I'm sure he's just welcoming everyone in to get involved and before they bring the teams on. But I am expecting some spectacular openings to come out.
It's Asia. They've always delivered when it comes to these shows. And again, yeah, we don't really, I don't think either of us have good enough Chinese to understand what's going on here, but for sure, insane
2019年直球生亚洲邀请赛的总冠军将捧起。
You being in this with me, there you go, on stage right now, or on set right now, live here from the PGL studios. How does this game feel to you? How does it coming into this?
I'm excited because for me, I haven't done PUBG in a while. I've had so many different, I do multiple games, right? So I'm in a position where I don't always get to do the ones I want to do, but finally I've got some time to do some PUBG before the rest of the season begins. And I get to do it with you, someone who has extremes amount of knowledge going into this. This is the game you grind out on a regular basis. And I'm certainly interested in just seeing after the crazy regional events we had. And that's like our kind of opening talking point, right? 5 regional events that went on for teams to get here. 5 very different styles of qualifying that we'll get into. Some crazy issues where even teams that did qualify, they had the opportunity to be here to win $500,000 and they couldn't attend because of visa issues. So there is so much to go down.
The issue, right?
But let's start with these regionals, right?
Yeah.
4 teams from China, 4 teams from Korea. Then we've got the Southeast Asia region. We've got Japan in there as well. And then on top of it, we've got Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau at the same time. So all these teams from all over the world and all over the different regions here. And that's one thing here that makes it just a little bit more interesting, because an invitational, where people would maybe think of it, is just invite. No, these teams had to qualify at their regionals. These teams had to work damn hard. And some of them even worked so hard that they did so well in one season, maybe seasons they had, and it gets to the finals and they couldn't make the cut.
It's insane. I mean, some of these teams, they've played a full-on season. Then they went to the finals. They won that to get a spot in the qualifier for this event. And it just goes to show, right, so much time and so much effort has been put into qualifying for this insane PUBG Invitational. You see all the teams come out here, the representatives from Korea, Africa Freaks, you got the Rangers, you got Ensis Force and Axis Red right there on stage. And I'm just excited to see the Koreans. They've been a big name in the PUBG scene for a long time. PUBG Korea League PKL has been a big talking point, both in the Western scene, but also over in the Eastern scene. Very excited to see what these guys can pull off.
Now, Actors, they're the ones that are most interested me. This is the regular season. They didn't have good placements, but then they get to the finals and they managed to take the win, getting that qualifying spot. When actually the rest of the teams who actually already qualified didn't get that close to them. I think it was only OP Game that had even a slight chance with it.
And then you see here, one thing that's interesting to me with Japanese qualifiers, we kind of phased it out by now, but half the games in the Japanese qualifiers were played in TPP.
I gotta laugh, just because that's just baffling to us.
Yeah, it's just how it is. And they played this, okay, so the whole season, they played 20 team lobbies.
Yes.
Which, it's still a thing. I mean, other regions do it as well. But this is going to be 16 team lobbies, right? You say, oh, it's just 4 teams, doesn't matter too much. They did play their finals in 16 team lobbies, or in the 16 team lobby. But it's just not what they're used to. It's going to be interesting to see them how they will play with, well, potentially more room to work with.
And that's it, right? You get a little bit more spacing with it. Maybe they don't need to play as aggressive as they had to before.
Yeah, it changes.
So it's a big change coming into it. And now we have the Southeast Asia region.
This right here, one big thing, Divine not being here. We talked about the visa issues. They stomped the SEA region. They had a win. They had 4 second places in 10 games. They were up by over 900 points to second place, and they cannot make it because of something as unfortunate as the visa issue. So Armory Gaming and Rex Region will be here replacing both them and also Raid Me 5 stars. So unfortunate. But these guys as well, very qualified players. So of course it's not let down. It's really sad that you don't get that stomping force in Divine to showcase it.
Can I take a moment to say as well, across any games in esports, screw these issues. I don't want to have anything to do with these.
Can we just get like a world visa and then?
if you're Divine, right, not only did you qualify, but like you said, in style, getting 4 back-to-backs. Okay, 2, you might hear of it. Okay, it comes in.
No, that's HQ. That's HQ.
Oh, HQ.
Yeah, we got them right here.
I thought it was Divine that got it as well.
Yeah.
Either way, you won it. You became 25 grand richer.
Yeah.
And then you can't go and attend the main event. That's just such a kick in the teeth.
But AHQ, they are a team that I'm looking for here. We saw them in PGI in Berlin this summer. They went out in 17th place in a 20-team lobby. Not exactly a stellar performance. Now they've swapped out 2 players, and in their qualifier here in the Metal Hawk tournament, they won 4 games, as you just said yourself, back to back. That's absolutely insane. 4 games, not just in a series of a tournament, but in a row. That's absolutely insane.
And did we see as well, if you were watching the pre-show as we were watching the countdown go down, there was a few like player interviews done before. There was multiple different players from different teams saying, AHQ, they're the team to look out for.
Yeah, they are.
And they could do some serious damage.
And as far as I've been told, they've been doing extremely well in scrims as well. Now we're using the Chinese teams here. Some surprises, maybe to the not so familiar with the Asian scene team, going to be like, when, at least in the Western scene, you see the teams like OMG, you see the teams like 4AM, always they're represented at the Invitationals. Here, none of them being, well, on stage, obviously, 17 Gaming being the only team actually from the top 10 bracket for the season that made it through, well, anything. All the teams, all of the top 10 in the Chinese region fell down into the losing bracket, and 17 Gaming being the only team that actually made it out of there. So huge upset to a lot of people coming out here from China.
And this is what happens, right? When there's a lot on the line.
It is.
These other teams come out, they put maybe a little bit more work in this time around. They've decided to prove themselves. And to get here, it's not about being just one of the best teams in the region. It's about getting it done when that really crucial moment when it comes down to it.
And that's the thing. You can talk about, oh, it's just these 15 games you have to deliver. But for some of these people, it's been, oh, just these 15 games, followed by these 10 games, followed by these 15 games. I mean, it's been such a hard path to get here. But for the teams that are here now, believe me, they will do everything in their way to, well, do as best as they can. And what's interesting to me also is the fact that we talk about, oh, NA, there's one playstyle, EU, there's one playstyle, CIS, even there's one playstyle. All these different regions have the exact same thing. Some people just say, oh, the Asian playstyle. But no, the Koreans, the Chinese, the Japanese, they all play this game very differently, both based off of, well, the circle settings and everything that comes to play from the game's perspective, but just the sheer play style they bring in is very, very different from a lot of these players.
Yeah, and that's the thing that people really, they can't underestimate here, right? You can't just bunch them all together.
No.
These guys are playing against each other on a regular basis, so when they come against playing against the whole region in general in Asia, there's so many different styles that will come into it, and we speak so much about it, is actually the Asian region being quite an aggressive region in terms of how they approach the game in a lot of situations. We see multiple times where, okay, they'll maybe maneuver their way around the circle, go back in, come out of it on the other end, try and reposition themselves a little bit smarter here. They maybe play what you would say is kind of a normal meta here, but what you'll see out of coming into these games is something that I think will shock a lot of people who maybe aren't watching the Asian region on a regular basis.
And what's going to be fun here also is the fact that now we talked about how some of the qualifiers had 20-team lobbies, 16-team lobbies, different circle settings, but the point systems in particular, the Korean point system has been implemented here as well, where you get, we saw it earlier, you saw it if you were looking at the loading screen before the tournament started here as well, you saw how you get 10 points for a win, and then it goes down just to 4th place. 5th place, you might as well get 16th, at least as far as placements go. It's a big fat 0 on the line there. You get 1 point per kill, but will that force teams to try and take aggressive fights that maybe haven't been used to this point system at all? It's going to be interesting how some of these teams that don't play this point system on a regular basis will sort of get along with that.
Yeah, and that's the thing that it comes down to, right? We were talking about it before, that this point system is really unforgiving, right?
It is.
You must place highly, or you must be racking up tons of kills. And this will definitely be a thing that factors into the change of play style here, because a lot of teams, say you bomb out early on round 1, right? Going into round 2, you know, actually, okay, we got catch-up time to do. We need to go in for them kills. And it means more so than what I've seen from any other PUBG tournament, just because of the style of it. And maybe the Koreans, though, they're used to this. Does that give them a slight advantage going in? into it.
I don't know if
we'll
it
have
does.
to see.
I mean, they're not used to play against teams that aren't used to
To
play
their
that system
region,
either.
yeah.
So they might be used to having like a pretty good set as to, okay, these guys, they play like this, these guys play like that. But as you said yourself, these guys, some of them aren't even used to play against each other at all. So it'll be very, very interesting how things are going to mold out. There has been played some scrims. We know that AHQ did well.
Yeah.
Korea, they played. I've just been looking on Twitter online trying to figure out what's been going on. So I can't. Don't take my word for it. It's just they have had a chance to practice against one another. Designated drops have been done. Now, for those of you guys who are new to the way that it's been played here, what I can tell you, don't be surprised by it, but as soon as you see that plane in the sky, you will also see the first circle.
Oh, yes.
Will that impact things or not? That's going to be fun.
And that's the thing, right? We're used to it where there's a bit more of a delay coming into it. This time around, it's just a 10 seconds before you've even flown over the map.
Yeah,
Cool.
Once
We're
the
there,
plane
we
is
can
on
see
the
it all.
actual map itself,
Yep.
boom, the circle will pop.
And that's where it comes into it, because we know these teams, they're like, okay, look, we've got our spots, we know where we want to go, and this is where it could change things, because, okay, do we see a circle opportunity where actually we might swap things up a little bit? Maybe like we're saying with the point system, does this give them a bigger excuse to go more aggressive? Let's drop into it, and let's just drop on top of someone and try and go for the early fights. It's really going to come down to a lot here, and on your screens right now, you can see the rounds that are going to be being played here. Now, all of those times, they are not the times that we're not going to sit here and talk for another,
No, don't worry.
that'd be a 10-hour talk.
We're going to be filling for another 7 hours or
Oh,
so.
yes. You guys just got to listen to us talk. No, this is the schedule. There you go.
That's
the schedule you're actually looking at. But like you saw there, we're going to be starting with 1 round of Miramar and then 3 rounds of Erangel, and that's kind of what we want to see, right? That's the dream situation out of it.
Exactly. See all the teams lined up here as well. For those of you guys that see, wait, they're double, triple SSSs. And their logos are somewhat similar. You know what? That happens. It happens. Sun Sisters and Super Survivor Squad. That's just how it is. I mean, those S's, man. Gotta love them.
Yeah, I'm already predicting that I'm going to get this confused and mixed around at one point or another. They're not making
there are logos in game, guys. There are logos in game. If it looks like a sun, then it's the Sun Sisters. That's what you gotta go with. That's a Japanese team.
In my head, I'm a big Dragon Ball fan. This might mess me up even more.
Oh yeah, okay.
See?
Oh, that's gonna be confusing. Here we see showing the guys from 17 Gaming, the top guys coming out of China. There was a nice interview coming into this event with Joe saying the reason that it's called 17 Gaming, and I don't know if it's true, if it was just him memeing a little, is because he really, really liked the age of being 17. That was like the prime of his life.
Okay.
So, you know, 17 is like the best, like the sweet spot in your life. Maybe he hasn't lived long enough to know what it's like to be 60. But, but maybe it was just like, you know, that's a pretty good reason for a team name. 17 Gaming, but like the age, you know what, let's go with it.
They've got Rangers up on your screen at the moment as well, hailing from Korea.
Yeah.
Now, the Korean League, right, it was this kind of more dangerous scenario. 3 from the regular season, but more games being played out, a little bit more space within it. Then the finals, that final team qualifying. But these guys did pretty damn well.
Yeah, you see the guy here in the vision as well there, Eska. He was a huge talking point at PGI. Can he come back and deliver the same amount of insane fragging power, especially with this point system? Would be very, very interesting. The AHQ here as well, we talked about them just before, coming out of the Taiwanese, Hong Kongese, and Macauese, I guess, qualifier. They're average rank 4.3. They kill 7 people per game. I mean, they're absolutely insane in their finals. 4 wins in a row. I still can't wrap my head around that.
And they were so dominant, right? First place in the regular season, first place at the final, and then on top of that, first place for just the overall league. That is a team that's not just dominant in their region, that's a team that's come here with a win in their eyes.
Sure.
And another team that other teams from all regions are looking at and saying, wait a second, we can't take these guys lightly.
No, not at all, not at all. Airwolf, yet again a team from the SEA region, a team that up until this point today has been playing 20-team lobbies as well. How will it impact? Will they be like, wait, we got more room now? Or because when you play 20-team lobbies, people might say it's just those 4 teams different, it's not that big a deal. But when you play 20-team lobbies, you gotta move that much earlier in order to secure yourself the compound. There will be that many more fights on the edge. Will this more room cause confusion? Will it make it easier for them? Will they, like, if you made a playstyle around one, like, imagine playing a football game and wait, guys, now there are 2 balls in the field. Like, wait, what? I mean, it seems like a small thing, but it could actually have a huge impact.
Well, the one thing I don't want to see happen with that is that they get maybe a little bit overconfident with it, right?
Yeah, that's
and
the
because you go, oh, okay, look, we've got more space to work with, and they push out beyond their boundaries a little bit further, but then they get caught off guard. I want them still to play their game and not focus too much around it. I think that's going to be very key with it. One thing to note as well, a lot of these teams, right, there's a big disparity in teams that just have the players and the substitutes, but then there's some of the more, like, there's a few Korean teams and Chinese teams in there that have got coaches, head coaches, and stuff like that. There's a lot more that they can get done in terms of the analysis beforehand, right, and be prepared on another level to what some of these other teams can. So I want to see, is that going to be a deciding factor in actually how these kind of early games play out?
I mean, you always see over the span of the days played, there are going to be 3 playing days here, for those you guys who didn't know. You always see progression. You always see people sort of molding together in a way. Like the wheels will start turning. In the beginning, people could be landing 4 guys in the same city. Like, wait, what? This wasn't supposed to happen.
Wait a second, we did our research. They were supposed to go here.
And then over time, you'll see things change up. But that could also come back to just the whole seeing the circle immediately. Will teams act accordingly or will they not? I wouldn't assume. To see now that they've had scrims and stuff, I mean, even though the circle and the wrangle goes far down a military base, if you're a Sarki team, for whatever reason, you might still just want to go up there. Just say, you know what, now we know what we have to deal with. Because they'll know that even before they jump out of the plane. They'll know where they're supposed to go. Doesn't mean that they, oh no, we have to go because it's far away. Nope, now you know, just have that much more time to plan how you want to get there.
Yeah, it's that forward thinking, right? It gives you a little bit more to say, okay, look, well, we can drop here, but we know already we're going to have to move a little bit faster than we'd expect. But this gives us, okay, we're just going to go in for this loot, and at this time, guys, we're already making the decision, we're going to get the hell out of here, and we're going to be a little bit more cautious, going to go try and take them fights. And also, it gives an idea where, hey, look, the circle's on where we normally drop. We've got plenty of time. We've got all day to play with here, and they're going to have to come to us. They don't have to worry about chasing the circle.
And it's actually kind of interesting, because I know some of these teams, they don't necessarily like to have an end game or be forced to play around where they loot. Like, one thing is you loot a certain city or certain area, which can be good because you have this and that building to loot, or you get more of these weapons, whatever the reason. But that doesn't necessarily mean that in the end game, when it comes to fighting, they actually like to be around that area. So just because you're a team that lands just Naya and likes to loot around there, maybe you prefer to have your fights in Gatka. That could very much be the point too.
Yeah, and they don't want to get stuck, right, in just one place and think, okay, look, we're feeling all this. They've got to kind of have a look at the lay of the land, right? They've got to understand what's going on around them, because as much as you can do research like we do before this and kind of have a look into, okay, look, we predict this is going to happen, that doesn't always mean it's going to go that way.
You know what, more often than not, I've taken my papers, tossed them out the window, and just like, you know what, okay, things did not at all pan out the way that I thought they were going to.
And that's what you kind of expect some of these teams are probably going to look at as well, because there is so many different factors in it. How much has changed? Like, some of these teams, the players they qualified with, they've even changed players going into it as well, right? They've had to make certain sacrifices. That is alone 1-2 player changes. That's a huge impact that will change your actual play style at the same time.
Yeah, one thing that I'm doing, I mean, now we're going to start on Miramar, I saw that just before as well. One thing that is specifically on Miramar that I'm looking forward to see here is that we have 3 teams. It's Sun Sister landing in Picado, and then you have Armory, Crest, and Ensis Force all doing what I like to call kind of, at least they used to all do in their specific regions, do their individual power grid splits, where you loot power grid, but you also take some compounds around there.
Yes.
They all used to do this in their specific, like, own areas, or at least be close to that area. Now, with 3 teams, there's 12 players trying to loot the same whatever amount of buildings that are in that area. They could overlap. They could accidentally interfere with one another. Of course, there has been scrims. We don't know exactly how they've been planning out, but believe me, there must have been at one point. I remember, like, there are way more people here than we used to.
And you know, when you're talking about the scrims as well, I really think which teams have gone in with, like, cool, we're just going to still play our game, we're going to scrim as good as we can and play with the aim to win. And what are the ones that have gone in, let's play some mind games, right? Let's just come in here, and we're going to be like, just drop anyway, you know, just go and take the fight to them. And then, because that's going to play into the back of their mind when it comes to these games, and they'll be like, wait a second, HQ, you're supposed to go here, but yesterday, you were all over the place.
You see the analyst out back like, oh my God, did I do something wrong? I was not prepared for this. But also, I mean, even though then they say, you know what, that's probably just scrims, it still has to be like, but maybe.
Exactly.
Yeah. And also, if they do this just for fun, and they realize, wait, this actually worked out, they might just want to do it. I mean, you never know.
Especially with, like we spoke about the point system, right? If it becomes a factor where they're going, cool, look, we could rack up a load of points. It looked good in scrims. They were able to get a few more kills than they expected early on. They'll go, well, wait a second. We've got more points than first place. Let's go for it. Let's just go out for the kills.
Yeah, I mean, and you can say technically the easiest kills to get in the game is early on, because the enemy might not have a vest or helmet, the enemy might not have, well, anything available, but you never know what's going to happen. Now I think we are just moments away, as you can hear with the hypey music and all the great views here, from going live with game number 1. And holy moly, James, I've been looking forward to this for a long time.
Oh man, I am just so happy to be sat alongside you, ready to commentate some PUBG, and what an event for me to start this off with.
It's like the biggest event there is.
I know, this is crazy. This is big prize money, the best teams from the region, and this is what it all comes down to. And this is the stack lobby and a half. My God.
That's green headsets all over the place. That's for sure. But you see them all sitting down here, all 64 players shown on your screens, all smiling, all happy, all super duper proud to not only be here, but represent their nation, represent their organization, and do their very best to make themselves a little richer, maybe? Just a little.
Just a little, yeah.
Just a little.
And they already made
just
plenty of
$500,000. Pretty easy.
I'd be happy with that, right? All the days.
I mean, I wouldn't complain. But you do see a round 1 going to be dropping down on Miramar any moment now. For those of you guys sitting out there in the chat, there might be some supporters from each one or other team, so do feel free to spam some logos, spam some love in the chat, because we have the plane in the sky, James, and we're ready with game number 1.
Oh yes, and you can see it already. There you go. We have a look, and this is actually quite nice. This is a good spot already, and this is going to benefit the likes of Lingan and AHQ, if anything to go by on what we looked at on positions that they usually drop into.
Only issue with this area of the map being the first circle. I mean, again, this circle 1, there's plenty of space, but you know how Miramar works with your vehicles. You do not want to be stuck on those roads, because people will be waiting on the sides of them, and they will take you out, especially in a point, like kill point heavy system, where yeah, free kills are like the best kills, and you don't get a freer kill than a guy in a vehicle, right? But you see here, players dropping out all over the place. Surprisingly high amount of people waiting until late. There are a lot of people going up north there. There are both Elazahar and other areas up in the northern side there to loot, but that's a lot of congestion of players going up north.
Is this already a point where we throw away the
Are people going out on the... Oh my God, I've never seen this in competitive... Oh, I think he turned around. I was like, are they actually going to loot the islands on the east coast? Entus Force, is that you? But no, I don't think that's actually where they opted to go.
Well, already into it, 16 teams all ready to go battling and out head-to-head here. And for me, this is just such a stacked drop already. This is more than I expected. You showed us the research, right, Toby? You were saying we expect 3-4 teams maybe here. We're looking at a lot more than that. So we can see some early fights going down. And this is very interesting.
And the good thing about this is game number 1. This is where you set your mark. If you want to have a spot for yourself, drop into that area with the opponents. Hope for yourself that you can get it. And then take the fight. You see the guys in SSS right here up against the freaking freaks. And that's the first point of the tournament. Alongside YDD, he gets himself a kill onto Hawk.
Brilliant start from them. He jumps in, willing to take the fight. He was all alone as well at the beginning. Manages to get himself the opener here, and that's straight away the points you want to be able to see. 2 players down early on.
Yep, you see Roa taken down really early on, and now the rest of the Freaks guys, they have to sort of reconsider. Okay, so we know that we have SSS all around us. We might just want to get out of here. Can we do that? Okay, we don't have any vehicles. Wait, we don't have any weapons to fight if we need to do that. And Rosa are now stuck in the little shack here. Not the kind of position we want to be forced into in game number 1.
Yeah, Rosa's really like just pincered in between 2 players here as well. No matter which way he goes, he's going to have a difficult fight on his hand. It looks like he might try to get some backup from his team here to give him a little bit of help, and he certainly is going to need it.
And as much as you say it's amazing to get those free kills early on, it's also, if you don't have the equipment needed to take that fight, that's like the worst scenario you can ever be. And now you do see the rest of the guys from the Freak Facials making their way up here, trying to come up, as you said yourself, do the cavalry roll-up, and hopefully be able to do something to help his teammate out. They do have an AK, do have a Vector in play as well, so a little bit of weaponry, but the guys in the Super Squad, they are not afraid to take a fight.
Oh, he's got the position as well. He can see what's going on. So he'll be able to call this information in, right? Be able to give the plays over and say, look, a Freaker are coming. But this is the problem. It's 2 versus 3 in this situation. So he needs to be able to snipe a couple down.
And like you actually see Kongmu running out of the compound initially. Now he is coming back up. And for NB, might just be a bit too overly aggressive here. He does get spot out. Headshots coming in on towards him as well. And he goes down. He's all by himself, made the push up, but his teammates backed off on the other side. That's clear miscommunication.
Yeah, that is the big problem here, right? That's what we were kind of worrying about. It's all good where Rosa was sat, he was all alone, but they weren't able to get him. The cavalry comes in, he gets some backup from his teammates, and this allows Afrika to take a lot of control here.
Yeah, they backed off. They wanted to get around. They wanted to do the contain rather than engage, and just pushed up a bit too far, and it cost him. And in the SCAT, we talked about him coming into the tournament here, had such a stellar performance in Berlin this summer. Now, will he be able to, on behalf of the OP Rangers, maybe repeat such insane performances here in the PUBG Invitational? We'll have to wait and see.
So Afrika now, they're in a good spot. They know there's one more player around here, and the question is, will he be able to get away, or will they go in for the hunt down? Like we said, we expected this aggression to come out early on, and that's exactly what's being seen here. There's 17, a team that we certainly want to keep our eyes on here. Starting to gain some ground, starting to push a little bit further forward here. Good scouting mission, they're all together, which is going to work out quite nicely for him. And having 2 vehicles early on, we give them a lot more maneuverability here.
And this right here, it's just, I mean, even though they might get points, they might get kills off of this, they're stalling each other for potentially no reason. They're all on the edge of the circle. Odds are with the next circle shift, they will be going out on the very far edge of it. And not only that, but they're also limiting their looting opportunities. They won't get the utility needed. We know the Miramar is an insanely open map, and if you do get those end games in the fields, in and around open areas, you need X amount of smokes, you need X amount of nades to really make room for yourself if you don't have any hard cover available. So you need more time to loot, I would say, technically, than on Erankle. And them stalling each other in this compound just makes it extremely tough to, well, get any of that going.
Now, Toby, we spoke about it before the game got underway, right, about how difficult it is with this point system. Me and you would have preferred maybe top 8 getting a little bit more points in there, but this has already shown that the aggression's come out. And AHQ, the team that we were talking about, the team that went for the quadruple back-to-backs, right? They were just managing to go insane on it.
Yeah.
They're in it, they're together, and they're going to be playing. They played it pretty standard, though, right? They went the same drop as per usual. It's just there's more teams around them now than probably they would have expected.
Yeah, they'll take the southern side of Las Leones, and then they'll go. I mean, they swooped up around on the east coast. Pretty smart way to play. You know you have the water on the outside of you. You don't have anything in your back. That's like the worst thing that can happen to you in PUBG, really, is if you get, well, backstabbed and you're not prepared for it, right? So they'll play with water on the back, no opponents down there, and now we do see that the Super Survivor guys are making their run off here. Smart play for them, trying to get out, and also from Hacienda. Now Actus Red, the other guys from Korea, will start making their push in towards the circle.
Yeah, and Actos, that team, right, that came in final time, the only team to make it at the finals, that one spot that was up for grabs, but they weren't anywhere close during the normal regular season in there. And already you can see it, look, everyone's position already so tight. We see it's actually been such a different style of play already early on, and this is where we do throw those notes away.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but still, it's kind of what we're used to, right? We see sometimes people accidentally, they just land on top of each other. They take those fights. Now that fight with Super Squad and the guys down there in that compound stalled for a little long, but look at this Airwolf. They're cut off. Eagle-Eye trying to see if he can spot Shocks. Does get spotted, but there are 3 guys against 1. He needs a lot of help, and that help is not coming in. Down he goes.
Yeah, that was a little bit too much of a Lone Ranger play. Walks into 3 of them, and they can easily surround him. So no problem there for 17 at all, and that already puts us with 4 players out of the equation.
Yeah, and the best fights you can take are, well, of course, fights that you win, but also fights where you don't take any casualties.
Yes.
Having those 4 guys alive coming into the late stages of the game is so key. I mean, if you can do a percentage off of how many teams win with 4 guys alive coming into Circle 5, Circle 6, you'd see that percentage being extremely high. So really, really important to have those numbers up in your favor. Mental trying to take some long-range shots, but Hank doing the exact same thing. Shooting down towards the guys in Crest. Japanese, they're running around in the open, trying to find some cover. And he actually gets the knock on him, too. What a great shot with the Mini 14.
Yeah, great work there. Good positioning up high. Able to get a knock to start off with. Is he going to be able to finish him off? They're now desperately looking for some more cover here, and they're going to try play around it. Now, at least the difference is here, they've got some cover for them to kind of hide within. But already, as soon as they start moving, they're just taking further damage here. Yeah. LG on top of it.
Now, fortunately, we did see the circle shift south, so they will be in. But, of course, Las Leones playing a huge factor in this circle. We know that teams like to, well, avoid cities in the mid to late stages of the game, which makes sense because you don't want to be forced into an area where you cannot get out of. I mean, there's a lot to it, and we can go in depth with that in a later stage. But Las Leones being such a big part here, for so many teams on the northern side, where do they go? Because either it's the open field north of Las Leones, it's into Las Leones, or it's trying to swoop all the way around, and people will be there, and Digo now in on the action too.
Yeah, very nice. Manages to spot out a couple of the Rangers players. Gets the first knock straight into a kill. And now he's actually going to push Rangers away for now. The question is, do they realize that he's on his own at the moment? He's only got a little bit of backup around him. The other rest of the team are closer. So Rangers could go in here for the kills and try to finish him off if they wanted to.
Very much could try and re-engage on this one. You do have a little bit of backup coming in. Entus Force and Rangers, all players coming out of Korea. And looks like they're actually going to back off. They know what they're up against. They're like, well, maybe we should wait with this fight until later. We know these guys are pretty darn good at shooting. So maybe, just maybe, we'll play it south. Now Jaden and Rose are finally, the guys from Afrika Reeks catch a bit of open ground. And they'll be able to get some loot going. But the circle's already closing in.
And Actos, right, the team we were talking about, the other team from Korea. 4th place throughout the qualifying, but they managed to take their finals in 1st place. Really strong performance. None of the other teams from the actual regular season came close to them, other than OP Gaming. And this now, I'm just excited to see what they can deliver, right? Because you had a kind of lackluster regional season. You had an epic play in the finals. What can you bring now when the pressure's really on when you've made it here?
For sure. I mean, this just adds a whole new level of pressure that even though they've had, I mean, they've all had, oh my god, this season is important. Oh my god, this final is important. Now they're here. This is the creme de la creme. It's the top of the tiers. This is, I mean, the team that comes out on top in this tournament is going to be crowned the best team in Asia. That's just insane.
And that's something you certainly want to be able to fly your flag with, right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Put your mark on the map, so to speak, and
you might get an endorsement deal or two out of it too.
Yeah,
who knows?
yeah.
Who knows?
No doubt at all, especially with how popular PUBG continues to get and grow. As we're just watching everyone start to continue to maneuver around, right? We're taking the kind of little bit of the lull in it. Everyone trying to scope out positions.
Just playing it slow, playing it easy. It's still Circle 2. You can tank that first bit of damage. You can use the first aid, use a booster. But of course, I mean, they will come in handy later. You don't want to burn through too many meds. But can you not get a position? This is where you can stay outside, scout further forward, and make those safe rotations. You see, Los Leones is such a huge city, just a big part of the circle, and nobody wants to get in there.
A few shots being rattled off. Trying to apply the pressure, managing to get a few shots to connect. There's some nice damage being done. He's making it work. He's got to be careful.
And important damage coming in here too, because they're not expecting to get knocks and kills off of this. They could knock a guy in a window. He will get rest by his teammates, but that's going to be a helmet gone. That's going to be a vest gone. That can give you the advantage should these two guys be forced into a fight later. Now the new circle does pop, and it seems like since we cannot see it on the minimap, that either we're hard shifted away from that area or we are right on top of it. Of course, the games here are being brought to you by the amazing production team of VSPN out in Macau. So we'll just have the honor of sitting in Romania and restreaming it all to you.
Oh, yes. Hey, I'm not complaining either.
Not at all, not at all, not at all.
As lovely as it would be over there, we're still getting to see the action go down, and that's what it's all about. Now the spread.
Yeah, Crest Gaming actually, despite the fact that they had the circle, or they had a little unlucky situation there with them being knocked and all, they got the circle right on top of them. They couldn't be more happy with that.
Yeah, this gives them some time to recuperate a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
And you saw from Afrika, right, they had a good position there. No one's really that close to them. They can push them without too much of a problem. They just got to be careful about more of the long-range fights going on here. So you can see some of the Rangers players. They're going to at least keep Actors at bay for now, but Actors, they've stayed in the vehicles. They continue to move around. They want to find their sweet spot that they're most comfortable in.
Yeah, they want to try that hole to sort of pin their way inside, get a more centered position in the circle, because we are hitting that point at which if you stay on the edge for too long, it will get more clustered. It's simply how it is. If you cannot get a center position, you're in for a rough on Airwolf doing what you're not supposed to do, running your teammates over. Fortunately, it looks like they're in a position where they can get the rest back up. So, yep, there you go. Just Godly saying, sorry, buddy. Let me just get you back up. Maybe I'll give him a first aid as an.
Like,
so please don't shoot me back. Please don't shoot me. Please don't shoot me. But of course, I mean that could be another thing, right? Pressure, a lot of things going into it. But RRQ now being pushed upon by the guys in 17 Gaming. They need to get down this hill, but how are they planning on doing it?
Yeah, 17 being cautious, though, and rightly so. They're very much out in the open. They don't have the same kind of building cover that RRQ have here. But if they could get in this engagement.
Also, if they can get around, right? That's probably what they're looking to do. They want to see which buildings do we have opponents in. Trying to lay out, get a better idea of the layout. Where are the opponents? And then once they know, like once they have confirmation on all 4 positions, they can play with that info. They're a team that will take their time to scout forward and then make a move. And more often than not, they make the smart move. That's the reason they're here, right? That's a long range tapping coming in from YDD right there.
Did manage to connect a couple of shots there, but not too much else being done. But like you said, all of these little shots, they play into this massively here. It's every little bit that counts. Afrika in a really nice spot there. Starlord just runs straight past him. He's completely on his own as well. His team are close by, but not close enough to save him. He gets killed off there early on, and that's given Afrika basically a free kill.
There you go. A free kill. Oh, that was a little far-fetched, but I see what you were going for there. I see what you're going for. Purple Mood up on the top, trying to take some shots down towards the guys in Armory Gaming. Their colors can be a little misleading, but Purple Mood just a little purpler than the other guys. Rangers now. Babo getting the knock onto one of the guys from Monster Shield. Good shots connected there. M24 now on the ground. That's not what you want to have happen. You want to have that guy up so you can get the knock, allow you to push forward. Because as you can see, they're far on the edge and they need to move in towards these guys from OP.
Babo, he's been doing so much work, right? Got that 4 times on, playing the distance game. He's just a little bit further forward than the rest of his team. He's got a vehicle with him as well. Just able to do that extra bits of damage. 58 still alive, though, as we get closer towards the 15 minutes here on Miramar.
And you see this, we're getting more and more. Oh, my lord.
What a change.
I mean, this is good and bad. It's good because we don't go into the city. I personally hate city endings. I know there are some casters that love them, going with the worse it is for the player, the more funny it is for the viewer, right? But I mean, they can be entertaining. It's just you don't see the best, you don't see the best of the players shine through. But with this Eastern shift, all the compounds, if not already, you see Interforce slamming it into this compound here. If not taken already, there will be in a short while. And with 58 people alive coming into Circle 5, we know that, I mean, if we don't get those few players eliminated early on, the cluster, the chaos will only be that much bigger. And believe me, it's going to be. Now LGE up and close to Ensis.
Yeah, Ensis in a nice spot. Like you said, they've managed to grab themselves that bit of the advantage. See, LGE starting to push their way in. Oh, Timon's seen him. Can he get the shots off? Managing to try and make it connect. He's going to push. Enters back. Damage being done. Forces him to prone straight into it. He's going to try and give some return fire.
Has the nade in hand. It comes in as well. Timon throws it on. Sion does manage to stay put. And now at least they have the info. But there are only 3 guys here. Only actually, are they all 4 here? I can't really... I think there are only 3 other players here. Not quite sure where the last player would be if not here. And you see the Psyker coming in now as well. Not a weapon we see used a lot in competitive play, but in these up-close fights, that shotgun could be your saving grace.
Timon having to pop those painkillers. He's trying to keep himself hidden off at least for
now. They're all 4 in there, okay.
Yeah, Ensis are all together.
And I like the way that they play this. They keep one guy with the high ground position up on top to get the better angle and give the info to his teammates, while all the other 3 kind of do the reconnaissance on the ground. Now YDD and when the guys from L-Star, Luminous Star trying to see if they can get themselves a compound too. This is what we're talking about. We're reaching a point now where you have to go for these fights to secure yourself an area of the map.
Yeah, because if you don't have that position, you're going to get caught out in the open and you'll be going down sooner rather than later. And that's certainly not what you want to see take place, as we've already hit phase 4. Now Timon, he really wants to push into it.
Yeah, you can just tell.
He knew how close
Come on,
he
boys,
was
I'm ready,
before.
I'm ready, I'm ready. Like the dog just waiting to be unleashed and then just goes in. But nope, not happening right now. Dai trying to see if he can get into safe position. Does have the medkit and first aids to work with. He should be able to get back up to full health. But this fight just waiting to pop off. Eska now spotting the guys from LGE up in the hills as well. Now the push is coming in here. Luminous Stars, they've managed to push in on SSS. They're pretty close here.
L-Stars trying to make it happen. You've got Easy in the back lines, giving them the backup. L-Stars getting a good amount of kills on the board here. This leaves LSN all alone. 3v1. L-Stars going to go in. YDD trying to get that heal off. We'll be able to make it happen.
YDD and Wen just playing that to perfection. Going 2 guys together, pushing the building, knowing exactly where to peek. Got 3 knocks, and now it's all up to LSN to pull this off by himself. Molotov comes in. For those of you guys who are a bit confused by the colors, we do have the Korea ratings on. So all red, deadly blood is green here. It's not just like a big... what was that guy from Tekken? You know, like the doctor that could take a burp on you? So it's like big green piles.
Yes, he's the one that like created Ogre or whatever, yes.
But there you go. SSS will be the first team to go down in the game. We'll hope for them they can make up for it coming into the next ones. But now more fights are just about to escalate as Purple Mood starts the fight with RQ, and LGE gets in on the action as well. Look at this position from Timon. He has all kinds of angles on towards these guys from Purple Mood. They're completely out in the open and they're getting annihilated, but so is Rex. They're going down in, I believe, yeah, 15th place. Timon, though, still taking a lot of shots up towards purple, and one more guy just gone down.
Wow, Timon in such a good position. They all just run straight in front of him, managing to pick off 2 players there. And this is where it starts to get a little bit more interesting. We're down to 14 teams already, 3 kills up on LGE at the moment. Timon's done all that work, solo plays, but it's the team game that it's all about.
For sure. And that's the power of the SKS. You see it right there. It's so darning. I mean, especially if you get that vest burned off, it's 1 or 2 hits to the chest, and you are down for. So not a whole lot more to that. Pubg does go down 1 meter. Managed to get himself a good knock with the Mini 14. We've seen a lot of shots fired with the DMRs today. Oh, that's a good upper chest shot to cover.
Yeah, solid damage being done. And as we saw the circle move again there, Enter's still in a really good spot. AG looking to do further damage here, and they just can't seem to really challenge him here at this point.
And this is one of the reasons that you see DMRs being used more often than bolt actions, in at least in squad games. Because in solo games, hit that headshot, boom, it's a guy out. You can just play your game here. If you miss that shot with the Kar 98 or the M24 for that sake, it's just not forgiving in the same way with the Mini, with the SLR, with any of the DMRs. You can just keep tapping away.
You get a little bit more of a play with it.
So if you want to play with that with the bolt action snipers, you have to really be on point with your aiming. Unfortunately, a few shots missed there, but RDK just on the other side of the road has all the info, just not able to make the push. And he doesn't need to. Look at the precision. I mean, the circle is closing in, and they're just waiting for them to push over.
Arrow Wolf in a good position again. We see that it's AHQ, the team we kept talking about, find themselves in there. 2 players managing to get knocked down there.
They're making the run for it. I mean, they're playing the edge, they're clean sweeping, and that's what we've seen them do so well. They're an aggressive team, and if they get the chance to take these fights, they will. Now, Nini on the backside of these smokes could potentially be a threat coming in later, because I don't think any of these guys from AHQ spotted them. Jaden going down as well from Airwolf.
Yeah, Nini's just super sneaking in. May have to get his move on, and that's exactly what he does. He jumps up as well to try and push a little bit further
on each side of the
forward.
circle, you see the solos crawling forward.
And this is what's so unforgiving in this, right? They have to try and stay alive, but a freak of freaks, they will go down as YDD continues to put numbers up on that board for his team. Total of 5 kills for L-Stars now. And this is a good start as they've made it into the top 13, but it's about getting it into those points as well. 17, though, looking to push on to Rangers here.
He's all by himself, pushing down in the open. Libero actually goes down, gets finished off as well. Sog makes sure of that. Shu pushing up all by himself. Does not have his team here to help him just yet, but he does manage to get down Eska. Will try and go for the flush. Now there's only one person there, but that's going to be Sog with a nice shot coming in return.
Really good defense there from Rangers, but they've still got to be careful. Shots are coming in. The rest of the 17 are coming into play, but Show, he walks straight into it, and 17 is eliminated. Rangers holding strong.
Great plays coming in. Entus helping out a little there in the end of things, but really, really good job to take out one of the top teams coming into the tournament here in 11th place.
YDD.
I wonder if he knows that Juanita is in that building. I wonder.
He's got to have a good idea. He's got to have a good idea.
Maybe.
He's looking and he's like, come on, just come out. I want this extra kill.
Can I get? It's like where you go to the wall and you start knifing the wall. Can we just knife this one, boys? I don't feel like taking this fight. Yeah. He's not in a good spot there whatsoever. The guys from AHQ, they have a very, very good indication that people are down and around there as well. They do have Danchi inside the circle already, so that's a little helpful, but as you can see as well, OP Gaming, they're just not in a position to do anything. They have to cross out in the open, and this is where those smokes, where those nades will come in extremely handy.
Now, CJ Entus are actually just off map there. They were playing the zone very well. It was going in their favor. This time around, they're going to have to move out of the compound that they secured, but they made the right choice. They managed to stay there for 2 phases throughout as we reach the 6th phase. AHQ starting to push up. A lot of damage being done here, and that is not ideal. Actor's going to go in to finish him off. Wow. Lots of kills coming into play there right at the last moments.
We talked about needing a little help. Juanita does actually manage to get down both of them now. AG, our Armory Gaming, taking a lot of fire as well. And all of a sudden, from being 4 guys up and alive and really, really in a good position, HQ has just thrown it down and play it safe now.
And this is what happens, right? They were very much out in the open. He was able to play off having that little bit of cover, manages to make it work. He also had some shots raining in on them from the other side, so he had a good position.
And one thing that's big here, when you see all these team fights happening, more often than not, you will see not just the 2 teams fighting, but you will see knocks and kills taken from teams that aren't even part of that fight. The third-party aspect of things is such a huge factor here. And now we see one more fight, LGE up against Entus.
Entus and LGE so close to each other. They're going to have to engage in this. LG do have the high ground advantage, but that circle's going to close in pretty damn soon.
Circling around each other for a long time. The fight was inevitable. Yak does go down. Circle, though, pushing on in. Ahan goes down as well. Dai is all by himself. Timon taking down low HP, but once again active with the SKS.
Timon's been so pivotal in all of these engagements. Entus, they're trying to finish him off, but it's a bit of a back and forth as Rangers, they start to chime in as well. 7 teams left alive, and this is where it's going right down to the wire. The 2 heavy hitters, though, for LG are still alive. The ones that have been putting up the kills across the board, but now there's just 2 of them left.
HQ out in 7th place. They were doing so well coming up to this, but again, this point is no points in placement, but now it's all about Crest Gaming. They're pushing out of this one. They're getting picked apart as we talk about them too, though. Sun Sisters, they're just annihilating them, and they didn't even set it on the screen.
No cover, no hope. They run out, they try to take the fights. They're like, yep, we can see some kills, but it's quickly over as they slowly get obliterated here. Arrowwolf, though, still 3 alive in a good spot. L-Stars also got the cover they need, but Arrowwolf managing to get the damage being done here. Still very much out in the open. He's going for the vehicle, explodes. Exactly what happens. And Crazy Sam, he's not going to be able to stomach that at all.
Not at all. It was a die or be killed situation for him. Could not get away from there, unfortunately. Now Senvi is just chilling all by himself. We have 5 teams remaining, and L-Star still being all 4 guys alive. They have a nice split off in one of their teammates, and Sanju up there on the southern side on the hills, and then Rangers somehow made it out alive from that compound on the edge, and now they're looking to have a long, long run in the open over towards the circle.
And Rangers was certainly that team where you're like, okay, look, Babo was doing pretty damn well, right? He was getting a few shots in there, but the rest of them is playing that kind of slow and steady style, having to play it around the circle. Now they're in top spot at the moment, fighting off against L-Stars, 3 alive on either side. Arrowwolf, got to be careful, but it's for LGE with only 1 alive. He's just got to hope and pray that he can kind of keep this position for as long as possible, find himself some more cover, but he's got to be so cautious right now, and he's not exactly kind of in a position where he can actually duck around or hide off anyway. It's going to be relying on the prones.
I mean, if you're going to do a 1v3, you might as well have yourself an M249 kill his suit in level 3 gear. That's like, you will not get a better chance to win a 1v3. Now, they will nade the Shack smart that Sanji runs out of there. He knows they will push down here. They will take a look at how well orchestrated these guys from OP Rangers play this game.
But this is good, though. I really like this from LG. He's going to be able to kind of play the advantage here because he knows that grenade's heard. He knows what's going to be happening. He wants to take the first few shots. He wants to get the finish as well. It's exactly what he does, and they still aren't 100% sure where he is. Suck coming in to try and close this off. Sprays it out. Damage being done, and that will be LGE eliminated in 4th place. 3 teams remaining, L-Stars, Rangers, and Arrowwolf.
Suck has 7 kills already. It's absolutely insane. They got pushed upon in the compound down there by 17 Gaming, and they just tore them apart. Really, really great job. YDD as well have done a really good job today. Ooh, RDK just down behind the Shack. Suck might just be able to get himself his 8th kill, and at least the knock coming in here. No res will be coming in later either.
Oh, Suck gets it as well. Brilliant work. He's still being pushed up on as well. Comes in with 10 kills. Absolutely huge. 9 for Suck. That's 10 for his team. But now it's a 2v3. L-Stars going up against Rangers for this first round win.
I talked about Eska all the time being the fragger. Here we got Suck. 9 kills for him. Now, 1 guy does go down. That's going to be Babo. This is going to be 1 versus 3. I'm just going to say this again. Seeing what we've seen so far, there's a chance, but with them pushing up right now, it's going to be very, very difficult for Suck to win this one.
Yeah, L-Stars got pure confidence. They're all coming in together. Another kill come in. It's a rampage. Rangers all going to be taken out of this now. Not a single one. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. And L-Stars take round 1.
And they played it extremely well, the Luminous Star guys. They had a good compound to play from initially, and then in the end of things, they pushed around, they got a good move on, and they took the fights they needed to. They had a few circles up towards that compound they sat on, but when they pushed out, they still had the utility, so all the nades coming in there in the end. And for Suck, he got the first knockdown, but just not a whole lot more you can do.
You've got to say, right, though, you've got to feel sorry for Rangers there, because where they kind of split up a little bit, I felt like they could have kept the 3 players left alive there and been in for it towards the end, because they really put themselves at a disadvantage, allowing one player to just kind of break off. He went into the kill, got picked off, and then it really put them in a position where we can't afford to challenge this right now.
I mean, the thing is, exactly, they got picked. This is where you say, oh, there's just a solo player remaining. The Snake there from LG can't do anything. Sure, he can win the game, but he sure can screw it over for all the other guys. The fact that Essek goes down, had it been a fair 3v3 on each side of that ridge, who knows who would have won that fight.
Yeah, very different game that could have come into play there. And this is what it comes down to, right? Even if it's just 1 player left alive, you cannot just willy-nilly walk out and say,
Oh, no.
look, I'm
Oh,
going to
no.
take a fight. Go as a team, play the advantage. You had all of it in your hands there.
Yeah.
And the little things like that is allowed Luminous Stars to walk away with a win. But let's talk about Suck for a second, right? The kills that were coming out from that man.
Had he flushed the last guy, which smart play he did because he wanted to kill the other guys as well.
Yeah.
Had he went for the flush, he would have went double digits. As one player, he would have had more kills as an individual than I think any of the other teams had total off of the first game. Do you want to start off well? Second place with 9 kills and a knock? That's absolutely insane.
Do you know what, that's confidence boosting.
For sure, for sure.
100%. If you're going into games, you'll be like, hey, look, we did pretty damn well. I'm obviously feeling it. My shots are hitting. I'm connecting. It's working out right now.
Yeah, for sure. Now we are going over to Erangel next game, so scrap everything up. It's going to be 1 Miramar game per day as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I've been told. 1 Miramar game per day and then 3 Erangel games. Us Erangel boys gotta love that. But we saw a little bit of a cluster. There were Freak of Freaks landing on top of each other with the SSS early on.
Yep.
They went in, or they were forced to take that fight there, and then things kind of quieted down. But now we're going to Erangel. Things could happen once again.
Yeah, that's it, right? They, like we said, they see the circle earlier than what's normally seen in competitive play. It gives them that thing of, oh, okay, well, actually, we're going to go in for it. And like we spoke about, so much here is the points is what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Them 10 kills, like we saw there, that was a big play.
For sure.
That was exactly what you want to see Rangers be able to get because, okay, yeah, you still placed pretty high, but if you weren't within that top 2, really, the points are so minimal within it for the top 4 that actually get the points on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, very much true. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. Also, for some of these teams that aren't playing these circle settings, that aren't playing this style, normally, actually, it did surprisingly well.
Yeah, and that's it, right? Because it's only the Korean teams that are used to exactly this format, exactly this setup.
I'm sure interested to see how things are going to unfold for me. Now it was Miramar. It was the warm-up game, I guess we can say if we want to. But other than that, it was an interesting start to the tournament. I would not have assumed to see one person pop off this insanely from the start. This is things you see in the end of things when you kind of know the gist of how do these guys play, where do they go.
Yeah.
You see teams being in positions where they can get all these kills. But also, of course, some people thrive off of chaos, and well, they managed to make it work.
Well, we are going to have some highlights and interviews coming up very shortly, but for now we can continue to talk because that's Miramar out the way, right? That's done. And we only see it once, which means everything we saw, like you said, it's not going to be that big a factor. Now we get to see Erangel. Now we get to see, okay, what are the teams going to bring? Are there certain teams that perform a lot better? Are they more comfortable on Miramar, right? Really and truly, they should be. If you're a pro-level team, you should be confident on every map, regardless if you're playing in competitive play. But how much of a big difference are we going to see here?
I think Miramar as a map is just more punishing in many ways. You do have some ridges around that you can play with, but if you're in the open, I mean, if it's pancake open, then it's open. Whereas on Erangel, for the most part at least, you will get some sort of cover. You can utilize your vehicles for cover more because the fields are more flat, so you can actually full speed go to a complete stop, make that car fort. It's a little harder to drive your vehicles around on Miramar, try to make a car fort out there. So you do have a chance to make something out of bad situations. So even for some of the teams here that were in rough positions, might just be able to pull it off in the next ones.
And that's what it's going to come down to.
It is.
I just got to say as well, the thing I really wanted to see more of there was the kind of the aggression come out from Afrika. I feel like they kind of fell back a little bit, right? They had a couple of good circles that worked in their favor, but then they kind of edged themselves away, didn't go for the engagements because they were down with just 3 players so early on. And I think that kind of had a little bit of an effect on their mentality.
And this right here we're seeing is what we're talking about punishment-wise. 17 Gaming, they got a decent placement. I think they got just 1 kill. Well, actually, no, wait. You know what? They went out in 11th. They didn't get a decent placement. But they could have gotten 5th with 1 kill. And still went in 14th place overall, right? But look at this. Luminous Stars, 17 points off of round 1. That's just insane.
Yeah, that's awesome as well. 9 kills in there. They didn't have the most kills, right? That was Rangers. We spoke about it. Rangers having a fantastic kill set again. But getting that first place so pivotal at the end. LG, right, though, they did so well to hang in there through it. Because they took so many engagements from different sides. They were regularly pinned down as well. It was like, LG, how are you still here? How are you still surviving? And again, getting those 7 kills on top of finishing 3rd gives them that nice boost they need. But this can all change so quickly as we move into round 2.
And also AHQ sitting there in 5th place. I mean, we talked about confidence, how teams will play into things. They got that swoop around on the right side of the circle. They got things working in their favor. They won some fights. They got that confidence, got those 5 kills. But then they spread out trying to get the flush on one guy Juanita inside the shack there, overextended, lost 2 players in doing so. Wenner got caught out in the field, he got killed off as well. All of a sudden you have 1 player left. It can go wrong so quickly. So had they all stayed up on that hillside for just a little longer, he had to leave that shack eventually.
Yeah.
Just stay there, wait for him. He has to come out. You might not get the kill, but sure, that 1 point off will grant you a better placement, right? So in the end, that's points for you anyway, because they got 5th place. That's 0 placement points. They got just 1 spot better. That was 2 kills for them, right?
And how many games have we seen, right, where it comes down to it and there's actually only 1 or 2 points that separate your overall total placing from being
with
in
these
the money.
point systems.
It's unforgiving. It is very difficult to deal with. We had the whole conversation right before, and we were like, maybe top 8, you'd be a little bit nicer, be a bit more give it to him as you can. But this is just the way it is. And here's some of the highlights from round 1 of day 1. And I'll be honest, right, I didn't expect to see that much high kill game early on, just straight off the bat.
But that's what we're talking about. And some players do thrive in chaos, but the amount of players that manage to stay alive coming into the final stage of the game forced the chaos to get completely out of hand. I mean, we lost something like 30 players in a matter of 40 seconds. They went completely insane around that circle, like 6th circle hardship on the eastern side. And if you keep your cool, if you can sort of keep your wits about what you're doing, that's insane. I mean, and that's also what pivots the amazing players off of the, because there are no bad players here. There are no decent players here. All these players are very, very good. There are some players that are extremely good. Players like Suck, players like Eska that can keep their cool in these scenarios. You see all the in-game comms here as well. HQ off to such a good start, taking out Monster Shield. Sort of fell off for them.
Yeah, that was one of the big problems, right? We spoke about 17, we spoke about AHQ, and okay, you had a good placement on AHQ overall, but it was just outside of getting the big points put into play. And this is the thing, we expected a little bit more from what we'd seen from them, but this is what it comes down to. You're not just playing the region anymore, you're playing the best players in the region. And that's that push we were talking about, right? He should have never been able to get those 2 kills. He managed to play that position so well, but everyone just kept pushing into him. It's like, come on, you don't do that.
Nope, not at all. And they were thinking, there's just a solo player down here, we should push him. Sure. You're running across an open field, believe me, there are the guys that will shoot at you when you make that run. So 2 of the guys go down to him. 1, I believe, got knocked by another player. And then you have Wenner out in the middle of the open getting knocked. He was trying to hold him as well. Just 2 tunnel vision, and I'm 100% certain they all go back. I was like, guys, let's not do that again.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's good that it happens in round 1 because they certainly sit at the back of their mind and say, hey, look, that was an error, guys. Let's not play that again. Let's see how things go. Now, it is going to go to an interview, but it won't be in English. So what we're going to do is going to go to a quick break. But when we come back, we'll be bringing you round 2. Don't go anywhere, guys. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for round 2. We're going to Erangel, and it is time to see if L-Stars can keep up the form they started to show us, or who else will make their way up the leaderboards, because Miramar's one thing, but now we come to a completely different style, a much more open map, a bigger map for these guys to play across. And also, like we keep mentioning, right, it's the different styles that come into play when it comes here.
For sure. And it very much is. Some teams can thrive on Miramar and make everything work their way, and then they will completely crumble on Erangel. Some teams do the opposite. So, of course, this only being game number 2.
Yes.
There's a lot of PUBG to be played still over the next 3 days, today including. There's plenty of games to be played, plenty of games to adapt yourself. And this point system, we keep talking about how cruel it is, but it's also, because so many teams get so few points, it's also very forgiving in the sense that even on the last day, if you've had a horrible day 1 and day 2, get one win, get a game with a lot of kills, and you will surpass a lot of those teams that aren't able to get a lot of kills, that will go down sub 4th place, because nobody can continuously stay in top 4 throughout an entire tournament, right? So even though we say it's rude or it's brutal, it's still forgiving in that sense that if you do manage to make it out in the end, you can come up on top.
Now, OGN enters Force, the Korean team that you saw on your screen. It's one of the teams that not only has a head coach, but they also have the team coach specifically as well, right? CJ Enters is an organization that's known throughout the Korean esports scene for always being kind of full on, right, having the most success across like StarCraft and stuff like that. They've kind of taken that knowledge and that kind of style that they have there with the coaches, brought it into PUBG, and this is what I want to see. Okay, yes, we've got Miramar out of the way now. Now, how do we kind of reconfigure ourselves? What do you look at? What information do you give to these young players? What kind of advantage can you give them going forward? Because is it a big factor at this point? Is this kind of the way we need to see more teams go?
Could be. I mean, we see a lot of teams doing these things already, where you get even like mental coaches and all these different things come into play, and a lot of the teams that get this assistance, they do good. So, I mean, there's obviously a thing to it, right? There's a reason people do it. It's not just to make it look good. Oh, we have this guy massaging our feet every day. He's like the massage coach.
No, I want to get to that level.
Oh, yeah, exactly. No, but I mean, people hire these people, or these coaches, and because they have a very specific mindset, they have their niche, they can help improve the player. And that also brings it to a whole other point where it's not just a guy sitting in front of a computer playing video games. There are so many aspects, so many things you got to be on point with. Workout, dieting, all these things come into play when you see these top performers.
And this is high pressure, right? You're into round 2 already. If you went out early on, you know you've got a lot of catching up to do. It's about putting yourself in a position now where you ignore what happened on Miramar. You play your game coming into this. And I think a lot of teams will go, okay, look, we took an early hit there, like we saw some of the mistakes, such as maybe pushing a little bit too aggressively, not dropping correctly, not staying together as a unit of a team. This is where we'll start to see those little mistakes turn around, and they'll go, hey, wait a second, we need to swap this up, we need to change things going into map 2. And what I love is we still see a lot of the smiles on these players' faces, because that's how you know they're just happy to be here competing, because they've worked so hard across 5 different regional events to qualify for it.
I mean, and again, we talk about Miramar being an impactful map. We will play many more Erangel games than we'll be playing on Miramar.
Yes.
So get the game out of the way. If you're going to have bad games, might as well be those 3 Miramar games. And if you can do good on all your Erangel games, this is their bread and butter. This is where they want to do good. We will see if they can do so. And we are just moments away from taking to the sky with game number 2. Erangel is where we're going. And I wonder, we will see immediately where we're going on the map. Boom, there you go.
Okay.
West is where we are. This is interesting, because according to what research we've been able to do up to this tournament, there are a lot of Eastern teams in this lobby. A lot of teams like to drop East. We don't have a designated military team either. So will people adapt this? Rangers jumping out extremely early here.
Oh, okay. Africa as well, but they can still go to their usual spot, right? They can go play by the ferry pier. Yeah. So they can have that under control, which this is great, because Eric Wolf jumped into it at the same time. Rangers, how far are they going to go with this? They're going to go all the way around, try and take a bit of control around military. So already we're seeing these guys are properly shifting away from what we see as their usual drop spots.
I talked about earlier how teams would probably jump the same spot and then just go over there a little earlier. Cancel that. Ignore that statement, because there are a lot of people inside this circle already, and there will not be a lot of loot to share.
But what I'll say, Toby, is you're not wrong, right? The research was correct. We know this is where they usually drop.
This is something else.
but this is what it comes down to, right? This is, let's surprise the other teams. Yeah. Let's not be predictable. We know other teams are doing their research. Let's play our game, but let's be comfortable in mixing up a little bit. Let's have a few drop zones that they've not seen before. And this is where we'll see teams start to have a little bit more shine. And you can see already from this, no teams really want to play too far outside of the circle. They're just not wanting to risk it.
Not at all. We see Luminous Stars winners of the past game going out here on the West Coast. Monster Shield, they're going to opt for the vehicle in the water, also called a boat. Thank you, Toby.
The vehicle
in the water.
I like that. So I'm going to get a car in the water next, a motorbike.
The boat, and they'll go down towards Prim is what I was trying to say. Airwolf still in the sky. Will go away. But oh my god, could this be a quad kill with it? he legit has 4 people from AHQ running around the open. Now SR has a vehicle, but look at this.
Hit and run. Let's do it.
And now he's making a drive off. I guess.
No, he's coming back.
He's coming around. Get in, guys. Go. Oh. They had 4 guys running in the open. Kongmu could have gotten a complete team wipe on AHQ just with vehicles. That would have been absolutely horrible. Fortunately, that was not quite the case.
Already we're seeing a little bit of banterous fun come into play, using the vehicles to the advantage. Oh, this is nice, though. He's got the weapon in his hand. A lot of damage being done. The spray down comes in. He's trying to play it well. LG, they're going straight in for it early on. Already Milk as well. Knocked out of the equation.
This is insane.
And he's run over. That's it. Splat. Out of it. And an early, straightaway kill that should have never happened.
And this is clutch info. Honestly, clutch info. They see AHQ land in the open. They see all the vehicle commotion over there. They spot 4 guys in 1 vehicle. We know the importance of kill points here. They say, guys, let's pull up and get some kills, because, I mean, even if we miss the vehicle, there are so many people in that car, we will hit something. They have no vests, they have nothing. If we have AOS, send it, chase them, take them out as well. They did that. They only got 1 kill off of it, but smart reaction play coming in from Linyang Gaming here.
And we spoke about AHQ, right, going into this being one of the top-tier teams that we need to really look out for. That is not the start they would have wanted at all here.
Look at this. I said no West Coast teams. They're all down there already. They're all down there. Fortunately, there is room. I mean, technically, map size-wise, there is room on the West Coast. There is just not a lot of loot. These guys will be, well, reliant on having like we see here, LSN and UU. They're inside the same compound.
Yeah.
If they don't get the amount of ammo, if they don't get the amount of meds, now we can see they have something. But look at this Kongmu. 5 bandages and an Uzi. If they don't get what they need off of these small compounds, how are they going to take a fight against a team that's been in a huge city and looting for 5 minutes?
Yeah, and that's the thing it will come down to, right? Become a little bit more treacherous for them. Landing on top of each other. And kind of fighting in the same areas as well. You've already confined them to the circle straight off the bat. Enters Force, we spoke about them already.
Yeah.
A team that we need to see put in some big action early on. And oh, okay, we get to see this from a different perspective as well. So the spray down comes in again, and this is where Milk will be finished off eventually, and then ends up getting driven off at the same time.
Really, really, really nice reaction play from LG there, honestly. It's so early in the game. You're just focusing on let's go loot,
yeah.
Let's go do this, let's go do that. But these guys, they saw it, they wanted it, and it was only 1 point in the end. But as we said earlier, I mean, Gen G, very famous Korean team, they missed the tournament by 2 points, right? It's those small differences that in the end will make the big difference.
Good one, tapping away, trying to get the shots to connect there. And AHQ, they've got to be careful. Already being down 1 man, you cannot afford for another player to be taken out. He's going to regroup here and try and do some further looting now. Entus, they've gone for the high ground straight away. Going to see what they can peer into. And they are close by.
They got to loot up in Pachinki. That's where they like to go in the northwestern side of the city there. Had plenty of room to work with and will be taking a little high ground position here on the western side of Pachinki Hill itself. But what can they see from here? Do they spot the guys in Crest Gaming down inside the compound? I think they have a good idea that they're down there. They're sure looking in that direction. There you go, shots are fired. Well, that's actually Libro from Donacori.
Yeah, Libro there, taking a few shots as Rangers going to make their way across the bridge. They were the ones that did drop into military. I think they were the only team that actually landed in military at that point. And it's again, we said it when we were doing the research, there was not supposed to be a team that would regularly go there. Rangers saw where the circle was and thought, hey, look, we can get some good loot in. We can get ourselves built up. And you can see it even from the vehicles that they have to play with early on.
You see them right here. Sok made a great play, a lot of great plays last game, getting 9 kills by himself, tying with a full team, any full team.
Yes.
With for the most kills, they would get one more in the end, but now enters Force once again on the move. They scouted forward. They saw what is open. Where can we go? That's further inside the circle, and the move will be made. I think it was Son Yang you saw just drive off there down the hill, and Isnasha will make a move further towards the circle center.
And this is a little bit more what we expect, right, from a map like Erangel. Just this kind of, we get into this situation where we're slowly getting closer to phase 2, a bit more of a waiting game, seeing who's going to maybe potentially make any mistakes. Crest do have to be careful when maneuvering already. We see a few shots being fired off there. Got to be so careful because they really can get themselves pinched in there by Entus.
I'm just surprised by, because I like to compare things off of regions. I mean, I do a lot of things within the EU and the NA scene, and what we tend to see there is, especially in this area of the map, people will split off and take multiple compounds early on, so that they get more control. If the circle shifts to any given direction, they will have a bigger chance to have a compound inside that circle and more control of where they want to go. But here we see a lot of teams sitting 4 guys inside the same compound, kind of well, you can say minimizing their opportunities should the circle, even if the circle goes in their direction.
Yeah, it means that they have to, okay, you go as a team, but also you have to go and try and take them compounds, right? And that's going to be the problem for them. Rangers taking some fire from a freaker there. Style getting a few shots off, trying to make it all connect, but he's got the information to play with as well. They've got the vehicle to fall back onto if needed as well.
Wow.
And that is a...
That's a rough circle.
Let's just go as far west as
There are
possible.
13 teams outside of the circle.
Yeah. Elstar's going to be saying, hey, look, happy days. The same for Monster
look
Shield.
at the amount of vehicles moving right now. Everybody needs to get their butts down here, even for the guys that are inside the circle. Like the Rangers guys, it's like, guys, we cannot stay out here. There will be like 8 teams on us in 5 seconds if we don't move further in right now. So they'll make the move immediately.
Seong Jan has to be careful as well, because he was actually pretty much on his own, and that's a really nice crate, but no one's going to go for it?
I think they will. They just want to park their vehicles first. I mean, you don't leave a crate that
good. I was about to say.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they will. I don't know. But I would be very surprised to see that. Luminous won the last game. Now they get themselves a good position on Quarry here as well. Good angle spotted out in the further distance on towards LGE. No more coming off of it, though. This is a hard circle. This is a rough circle for anyone that looted east. I mean, for all these teams that said, you know what, we'll commit west just because the first circle went there, they've got to be clapping their hands that they're this close now.
And Rangers there, right? They've got taken the long way round. They've got themselves back in, completely repositioned themselves on the other side of the circle. Afrika's seen what's gone on, so they'll have the information to play off of. Seongjan's going to join up with the rest of his team, as is Indigo, with the vehicles now that the looting's been done. And yes, Afrika is taking that back. We're not going to see the good loot wasted, that's for sure.
There you go. Crest getting themselves their first kill of the game, taking out one of the guys from Airwolf, securing themselves 1 point in the second game here, but shots are fired in return. And now, I mean, as you see here, they're trying to limit anyone from moving in. They have the forest there, they can play around. They're sitting themselves on purpose out of the edge, trying to not only shoot at people coming in, but also know, okay, if you have this many people coming in from this side, we'll also know how many people should potentially be on the other side.
Actors trying to get themselves away. Going to find themselves some good cover in the meantime. They are all together, that's the benefit, so he does have to be careful. He doesn't want to really try and take this fight too much, even though he's got the distance, even though he's got a little bit of an advantage onto them. They can quickly turn around. How many times do we see a player get pinched in that situation?
Look at this Crest. They look down the compound, they see it's open, boom, they send it. Really, really smart plays. Just picture perfect. I mean, that's how you want to play it. Leapfrog in that regard. Oh my god, winner. You're out there all by yourself, and so is Poo. Unfortunately, he will go down. Not a whole lot more to it. Yoshi knocks himself off of his vehicle. Poo does get finished off. Indigo now getting knocked by Kale. There are a lot of team knocks coming in here, but of course a lot of people are rotating at the same time as the circle's coming to a close.
Yeah, they're right on top of each other now, and this is where it gets a little bit more scary. Crest. Only 2 players ready to take on the 3.
Yeah, that's the issue,
positions,
right?
though, in the houses, though. This will give them a bit of a chance to maneuver around. Nades go out. Yoshi's trying to pull himself back into this. There's a smoke's going to give him some cover. Able to get the pick back up.
Purple committed to the compound, and they saw that only 2 guys from Crest made it in, because you still had Rio and Kurat out on the side of the up by the forest area, and they said, you know what, if we want to make a move on this, it has to be right now. They full on sent it. Unfortunately, one player went down, but they do still have 3 guys up for right now, at least against 2. But we do see Rio with the sort of eye in the sky position down there in the forest.
Yeah, it was some quick decision making that needed to happen there for Purple.
Oh, fortunately, we go away from the water. I was like, if we go straight into Prim now, it's going to be even worse. But thank you, Circle, for at least going somewhat away. So actually, most people are inside the circle already. Of course, there are still some on the western side that won't be in, but they'll have a somewhat doable push over towards Crory. That area can contain a lot of teams. Of course, it's not a place you want to be stuck, though.
RRQ getting their first kills down. AHQ, though. That's 2 players going out of the equation for them. This is putting them in a really bad spot. A team that wanted to keep a close eye on are now finding themselves actually potentially being one of the first teams eliminated here. They've got to play this smart now. Entus making their way back over, but L-Stars, high ground advantage, trying to just pop them from a distance. Shots being fired off there. Entus are like, oh god, get me the hell out of here.
Where are they planning on going, though? They must know that the southern side of the circle down by the forest areas is completely compacted with players. And now Axis, you see them making their run down here. All the guys with the Marvel names, Star-Lord, one of them in there. Trying to see if he can get an angle onto the Monster Shield guys, but not happening, at least not right now.
AHQ, look at them right down and out of it. 2 gone already. Everyone else is just dropping off 1 player at a time, so you'll probably see them get a little bit more passive now, right? Hold back a little bit.
They have to.
Try not to engage because, like we said, there's only points, right, for the top 5. So it's going to be a very difficult situation now for them to try and hang in there. It's going to be a lot of crawling around and just trying to play it smart. And they've really got to hope that the zone works in their favor.
And that's the thing, right? If you're out on the edge, you have a horrible position, but you're in. I mean, for now, you're good and you're relying on a super extreme hardship towards you if you want to stay put. Do you say, okay, we might not get top 5 anyway, let's get aggressive and go for those kills? Or do you say, please, dear Lord and Brendan, Pubg man, can you give us some circles over here because we kind of need that right now? Like, what would you do in those scenarios? Like,
I guess there's a way they could look at it is as like, okay, can we bait them out by being so quiet that the other teams don't think anyone's behind them, and we wait it out a little bit and just play off the edge the whole time? But it can just get very dangerous as you get to the later phases here. Rangers, though, across this entire game so far, they've had such good positioning here.
They do that.
They're looking in nice control.
They go center early on. They take the compound. You see, as soon as the circle pops, they're on the move immediately. And if there's another team in that compound, they will fight them. And they tend to come out on top as well, right? There's a reason they went 2nd place last game, because they played so well together. Now Style once again trying to spot the Nova Monster Shield guys on the other side of the hill. And for Monster Shield, if they don't, they're one of the teams there. If they don't get a hard shift towards them, they have very little info to go off of.
And remember, for the Rangers team as well, they ended up going in 2nd place so far. Huge 10 kills between them, 9 up on, it was Suck of them, right? He was the one who managed to get the 9 kills in. So for them, a good placement here. Could see them quite nicely work their way up here. But L-Stars are still getting a lot on the board here. We keep seeing them pop up. Star-Lord's finally found one, though. He's been trying at that for quite some while, and that's going to be Nova taking a bit of a downhill spiral for the moment.
An unfortunate knock for them, because now they will have to spend time getting him back up. He will have to get meted. He will have to get boosted. And that could be the time they needed to get ready to get going for the next circle, because it will pop in just 5 seconds.
Every single time, though. Straight away, we just keep seeing it. L-Stars, they're up on there. They've come here to play. They're just proving it's not going to be some sort of a fluke. And they're actually firing in at the moment onto Entus.
See Danchi trying to hold off anyone coming up to their position in the forest. You see sides here. Jeez, guys, I've thrown these smokes down. You can make the run now. They're like, but there are like 4 people looking at us. You gotta send it. You gotta go. The circle is not allowing you to stay out there for much longer. You have to get your butts over here if you want to stay put, stay alive. Hulk taking some long range shots. I wonder if do they wear outfits that match their characters? So do you think he's like all green outfit?
Well, we know they got the green headsets on. Thanks to Ranger, that's for sure.
That's halfway there, I guess. Halfway there. Also, maybe he's not in rage mode yet, so he's just Dr. Banner. He can just be Dr. Banner, you know?
So when he wins, he pops up.
Like when it's that final fight, roar, he just goes crazy. Yeah. Yak, 3 guys in 1 shack. This is very good in TPP, because you can sit in the corners, not have to look out, and then you can look over the tops. But doing this with 3 people, that's a dangerous position to be in. Ambulance goes out, Hunt goes out as well. That's a vehicle explosion. And that's all of them down. Now second vehicle comes in, circle's already closing. And for the guys in Armory Gaming, they're trying to make everything out of a horrible situation.
Real difficult position here as well for sure. He's got the pressure being put on him, but Shox comes up with it, managing to get it done. Really nicely played by 17. Huge play. They eliminate also Sun Sisters.
Yep, you got it. It was Sun
there
Sisters.
We go, Finn. There we go.
Shox with the triple kill. They're holding off the entire push by the Japanese guys. Really, really well played. Armory Gaming, though, taken down and out. Will be the second team out here in game number 2. Unfortunate situation for them, but those rotations, they were just near and close to too many teams. We see the new circle up. It will once again go down towards the southern side. And Shox once again active with the Mini 14.
Yeah, Shox getting a lot of damage on the board, and he is not going to give up. Unrelenting damage coming out here. AHQ, though, they're just
2 players alive.
Still getting it done, though.
Honestly, though, if you want to stay alive in Quarry, it could potentially benefit you to be few, because if you take up too much space, it's going to be really hard to play around. Ooh, that nade right on the money. Dai really, really well cooked, well thrown. And even the top chefs would say, you know what, cooked to perfection.
Yeah, he's going to now try and creep his way in towards his teammate. He wants to be revived. Oh, not another one!
What?
That is so unfortunate. How is he still alive?
Oh, he doesn't get him, but he gets the double kill in the end anyway. It was like, you know what? I don't even need to finish off with the nade. I'll just bait the other guy out from cover, and then I'll get the double instead. What a great play coming in from Dai.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant from him. Won't allow AHQ to get any further up the leaderboard. They won't be able to hang on, survive. There was only 2 of them left alive from very early on here, and Afrika's position, certainly known Pure Boy. He's looking to try and take the challenge, just got the trees for cover. He's going in, but a lot of damage coming his way. When they quickly finish him off, they're just outnumbering. They didn't have too much of a chance. Ryu's just coming a little bit too slow here, and we'll try to back away a bit, I guess. He's going to hopefully get the rib up.
And the Freaks, they're playing this one extremely well. They had the compound down on the southern side of the road, and they knew that Crest was up on the hilltop, and now they're just sending the push up. They knew, or they know for a fact that they can spot everything uphill. They have Rosa on the backside. Now he is crossing over as well. Airwolf trying to get on the third-party action here, but not gonna happen. We saw, I believe, 17 Gaming eliminated just before as well, but that can't be true. Although they eliminated another team. Yep, they've changed that animation. Sorry. But in the end, Crest will go down. They did everything they could to hold off the opponents on the east and the south, but a Freaks Fatal was too much of a confrontation for them.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see 17 get eliminated anytime soon. Shox was just getting kill after kill, and they're still unrelenting with the shots going off there towards purple. They are now outside of the zone. They've got a little bit of time to play with regardless, but they will have to start shifting pretty soon. L-Stars, though, the ones that won round 1, still in it, still playing hard. Afrika trying to battle back here, and we're seeing a few nice shots come off here.
Yoshi with the nade. He knows where he has them. Throw it over the hill. Get that right on top of Dai. Could that be a nade and return kill, but not going to happen. Not cooked well enough. Dai does manage to get the run off. He doesn't have a helmet, though. So this could become very, very tricky for him. Tim on Leapro getting on the action here. Now the guys from Purple Mood are getting picked apart.
Now you see it on your scores at the moment, the teams that have been eliminated. Crest did the best with getting 4 points, getting 4 kills on the board, and that's what it's about. If you can't make one of the top placements, get those kills and get as many as you can, because you can quickly go up the ladder. As that nade is just working out perfectly here.
What is it with Lingang and nades? They just know what's up. They know exactly how to throw them, and it can grant you such a huge advantage. One well-placed nade can give you the upper hand on the team.
Well, Afrika now.
Yeah.
Starting to really put some numbers up on the board. 6 kills in total.
Give us our own loot spot. Don't have people hot trap us, and we will come out in force. They've been doing extremely well in Asia in their in the Korean league, and well, I mean now they're coming back and saying, you know what? Pfft, screw that Miramar game. No, it's a Wrangle. It's our game. We got this.
Yeah, and the Miramar game was a bit weird as well.
It was.
They had one player go on his own. He got picked off early, and then Afrika came in to try and save the day. It wasn't possible. This time around, they're sticking together. They're playing their game, and you can see the confidence is starting to flow a little bit more here. Dai, though, still in a good spot behind them smokes.
Look at this Rex region. They're waiting for this. The last one guy earlier. Now Ahang taken down by Chopindy. We see so many DMRs in use here. It's insane. Normally, Asia has been more of an AR slash, what do you say, AR slash shotgun thing. I mean, DMRs haven't really been a thing I've seen a lot in Asia, but that could just be me being misinformed. But great to see that they're using them a lot too.
Oh, YDD. 2 kills already, looking to try and make it a third. He's got himself in a nice spot. But he is going to get pinched in a little bit here. He's got some good backup around him. Goes in hard. Purple, they're managing to hold strong.
Doing everything they can to stay alive out there on the edge. They're just, I believe, just inside the circle. But look at this Luminous. They're taking fire from the forest as well. Luminous, they have to back off of this, and they will need to see that guy lost as Axis Red up on the side. Hulk starting to get inactive on the green mode. Getting himself one more knock on towards Easy.
Hulk not messing about there. Long range. 4 times. He's managed to put
smash.
it in.
That's exactly what he's doing.
He's managing to get it done.
And the good thing we see here, I mean, even though people are shooting, you constantly see the rest of the team style out on the southern side, the in-game leader for their team, trying to see where we have everyone else. It's not just, oh, guys, there's one over here, everybody looking over there, getting tunnel vision. They're playing this extremely well.
Now, we spoke about Rangers being in a nice spot. They were moving very correctly here. They're now having a little bit of an engagement with Afrika. And as that circle moves, they won't be able to hang around here for too long. But they've had good spots. And look at the damage they've been able to do here. They've really put Afrika on the back foot here. They're just having to try and kind of get themselves some cover at this point. And they've got to be so cautious. Rozar giving it back, manages to get 1 kill up. He's going to be able to at least knock him, sorry.
And it's kind of the same situation that we saw the guys from Rangers in last game. They had a compound for a while. They were forced out of it, and that's when you saw Sok pop off. I mean, they were pushed upon a couple of times, but now this compound is out of the circle. Of course, that's not going to happen. They do have 17 gaming, though. They failed that push last game. This time around, guys, let's not push it. Let's just wait for them to come out, because we will be ready this time around. New circle is going to start closing in just about 10 seconds. And see all the kills coming in. Our Freaks starting to be torn apart by their countrymen from Actors.
He's looking for more to come in there. Actos doing a lot of damage across the board. Manages to connect a couple of shots. Looking to do some more, but it's Rangers who will finish him off there. Nicely done. Only 2 kills so far this game for Rangers, but 3 of them still up and ready. 17 do need to get moving, but they wanted to try and pick Rangers up on the rotate.
Yeah, they're just waiting. They're not intending on moving anytime soon. Just want to wait for the kill. Actors doing the exact same thing. It could come to screw them over, though, because as you see, Ensis, they're getting in a good position to await that push coming in from 17. But now we'll see what happens. Actors getting in the action here with Nova. And a few teams going down, players going down on each side.
Hulk's been in an absolutely monstrous position. He's been able to do so much damage. Finally does get put down on the floor as... Ooh, shoot. All he needs is a pixel-perfect shot. He's able to land it. It's going to keep him at bay for a little bit longer, but they're going to have to push in. It's Entus now. They've been in here for so long, right? But this is going to be nasty. It goes in. They get forced out of position.
6-7 gets 1. He goes down in return, though, and Digo secures himself 1. Actually gets the flush onto 2 guys. Really great plays coming in for him. And now for OP Gamer Rangers, they need to come around to see if they can third-party this one as well. Only 2 players live with their team, too. 17 gets eliminated again just outside of point reach in placements.
Yeah, we saw a fair few kills come out there for him, but it's Actos now that have just gone on the absolute killing spree. 10 kills across the board for them, and they are still hanging in there with 4 players left alive. Now, it's a little bit more of an even split. This is more of a team play coming out here, but they've still got to be wary. L-Stars, Easy, he's still up on the board, and you cannot ever underestimate him. Esker, though, he really wants to be able to try and finish off Enters here. He's all alone. He's playing it slowly. He's got to be careful from the other team's fire coming in. Good use of the nade. Pushes them out around him, but they spray him down. And Entus, they play that so smart. While L-Stars, they're still putting on the work. They're still putting in the damage. It's Entus, though, only with 2 players. Actors, the only one with 4 left alive, and we're down to our last 3 teams.
You got to work with what you got. Entus, they hear the nade being cooked. They know we have a little moment at which he's in that throwing animation. We have to push it now. They come around, they get the kill. Really well played. And even more so, now they got the circle on their side of the road, too. They do have 4-man strong Actors who's been doing extremely well this game just on their hilltop, and I'm not sure they'll be allowed to leave this building, to be honest.
Yeah, I think they've definitely got themselves pincered into that location. L-Stars, though, they've done so well to stay alive.
Luminous winning last game and also in top 3 this one. They were already sitting on the top of the leaderboard. If they can get this going today, there's no saying where they can end up.
Yeah, remember, this is only day 1. We've got 4 rounds in total, and L-Stars already guaranteed. They've had their first place. They're going to get top 3 here. Potentially they can take Entus down as well, going for that 2nd place. But Actors, they've come in really strong. And this has been not just individual plays, it's been pure teamwork from start to finish.
And in a low point system, the way that this is, that 2nd to 3rd or well, second to first place, that is. The point difference is so crucial. So all these guys are very, very, very focused on doing this, right? You see all the smokes coming in now, trying to see if they can make that push forward on through. Juanita and Hulk, they're doing everything they can to hold them off, but they do hear the vehicles on the other side as well.
Yeah, Easy making a lot of noise, getting shots fired off at him. They're trying to take him down, and that was a nice, easy one. No problem at all for him.
Starlord shot out of the vehicle as well. Now, when is all that's left of their team? The guys from Actives, they've just activated, and they're absolutely popping off. When all by himself behind the vehicle, last remaining player, 13 kills counting for the guys from Actives Red. And there you go. That's going to be them eliminated. 14 kills, and all that's left between the two Korean teams is potentially 2 kills onto Yak and Dingo.
This is going to be real interesting. How Yak and Indigo want to try and play this 2v4 Actors. They've been playing this so well. All about the teamwork that's come into play. Yak fires off the first few shots, manages to make him connect, but he takes some damage himself. He's got to be so careful. They know exactly where he is. And he's pushing in for it. Nice and easy knock. Going to go and finish him off straight away. 15 kills, and they are truly dominating. Indigo all alone, stuck between a rock and a hard place, and he's going to go down, no problem at all. And Actors, absolute dominance, take round 2.
Not only did they win with 16 kills, they also did not lose a single player. They were sitting in that forest. They knew there were a lot of teams around them. They never were the first ones to engage. We talked about teams thriving in chaos. They let the other teams engage one another, and then they just jumped on top of them, and they eliminated every single opponent they ran into.
Now, what I love about that, and what's a very different style to what we saw from L-Stars, was L-Stars, right, it wasn't so much just about the teamwork coming into it. There was like one player getting a lot of kills over and over. Here for Actors, they played it so well, so together from start to finish.
I mean, the only reason that Luminous Stars survived for so long on the top 4 was because Actors were taking out everyone trying to push them. I mean, there are teams all over trying to push up towards Luminous, and they were just shooting over the top of their head all the time.
Yeah, give him a bit of a helping hand out, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Oh, L-Stars, you can hang in there still. We're confident enough that we're going to get a ton of points now anyway. And once they saw them kills come into play, let alone getting to 8 points for first place, Actors, they're going to be sat there just racking it up already.
But you cannot take anything away from Luminous. The fact that they can win the previous game and then get third this game could have been a second place game had they had a little more, I guess, more info regarding how they rotated with their vehicles there. But absolutely stellar performance coming out for Actors Red, who had a somewhat rough first game, and then say, you know what? It's a wrangle now. We got a loot spot. We're ready for this. Great game for them.
Yeah, really solid game. The Koreans coming out there right at the end, trying to get it done. Feeling like they were a lot more confident going into a wrangle here. And we already saw it, right? The shifts of how the circles went. It was very far west side. Yeah. And it was an area that not a lot of these teams play into. Forcing a Freaker as well, who, okay, they didn't finish in an ending good position, but they managed to get so many kills. They had such good loot because they had military base all to themselves.
Really, really, really. I mean, just overall, they played it extremely well. There was not a whole lot more to it. The fact that Actors from that forest area, you always talk about how difficult it is to play in an area where you have trees available, sure, but it also limits your opportunity to peek around. I mean, a tree can only cover you from so many angles, right? Like, if you're standing on one side, there will be people shooting on the backside of it. And honestly, I was looking at this entire southern side of the circle saying, there's no way in hell any of these teams are winning this game, because you have people in Quarry, you have people out on the western side that are in so better positions information-wise. Yeah. But these guys just played it off of instinct. They knew, okay, 2 teams fighting, let's third-party that. And they constantly had one holding the back. We talked about when Hulk was popping off, shooting towards Quarry. You never saw Starlord go up there, even though, oh, this could be a kill for me. No, he knew, I have to hold the west because we heard fire there before. Just really well played.
Just playing it smart. That's the way you get it done. And that's why they managed to walk away round 2. We're going to go to a break once again, but when we come back, round 3 will be getting underway. And I cannot wait to see what happens, because that scoreboard is going to have a massive shake-up.
My fire burning inside my heart. The voice in my mind will not tear me apart. I know I can make it. Just got to light my fire burning inside my heart. It's my fire. Every night I feel it haunting my dreams. I take my last breath and I silently fade over and over. Endless it seems. Will it ever end? I feel I can't win. I tell myself no, I have to get out of this mire. Today is the day and I'm burning to light. My fire burning inside my heart. The voice in my mind will not tear me apart. I know I can make it. Just got to light my fire burning inside my heart. It's my fire. I feel I cannot wait. Darkness to take. My vision is so unclear. Why is this my fate? Every bright cloud is stained with the lightning of gray. And every door is closed to me, the keeper of my own cage. I've got to pull myself forwards, I've got to stay awake. Today I will survive, the flame will keep me alive. My fire burning inside my heart. The voice in my mind will not tear me apart. I know I can make it. Just got to light my fire burning inside my heart. It's my fire burning inside my heart. The voice in my mind will not tear me apart. I know I can make it. Just got to light my fire burning inside my heart. It's my fire.
Been a real since my birthday. Stunning on my classmates every first day. By my graduation, I had took off. Candy paint looking hard, leather still soft. Let my main count the money right. Couple during lunch for the appetite. Now everybody wanna be friends. So from now on, every car I gotta have tents. Feeling real presidential. Everybody ain't able, but it's all mental. Homie better switch up his mind state. Ain't had a 9 to 5 since my mom's place. Somehow still have money though. Young little spoiled, but you love it though. Visits to the hood when I feel bored. Yeah, in the hood cause I can't afford. Being had the dream, cash press record. And win Hollywood as my reward. Celebration just because it feel right. I been have followers in real life. I been have followers in real life. They been have followers in real life. Nah, like for real though. I really had like followers in real life. You the truth, that's what everybody telling me. The way I hit the booth, you would think it was a felony. You do not speak the truth. That you cannot sell to me. You know I speak the truth. That's what everybody telling me. And so on and so on. I'm a pro, but I don't prolong or procrastinate. I just perform. Some man perform. She got a pretty little kitty and it perform. Yeah, been nasty, been hood, been classy. Ask me about myself, and I might tell you something. But these motherfuckers can't tell me nothing. And these motherfuckers can't tell me. Still the cool green with the ink skin. Been connected, little been linked in. Like I said, I pre-form, y'all just pretend. Been looking sunny. So let my rain begin. You the truth, that's what everybody telling me. The way I hit the booth, you would think it was a felony. You do not speak the truth. That you cannot sell to me. You know I speak the truth. That's what everybody telling me. You the truth, that's what everybody telling me. The way I hit the booth, you would think it was a felony. You do not speak the truth. That you cannot sell to me. You know I speak the truth. That's what everybody telling me. These motherfuckers ain't doing. We be the motherfucking rich. And these motherfuckers can't tell me. Cause these motherfuckers ain't cold gauge just to make the smile whiter. You shine hard, but I'm still better.
Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. 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 Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom.
We're back, and it's time to get into round 3 here at the PUBG Asia Invitational 2019 coming out of Macau. Myself and Toby joining you for all the action. And round 3, we've got it pretty damn fast as well. We saw Actos in round 2 look absolutely incredible. Not just a huge kill streak, but just a really solid team play.
They played it really well. I mean, just not, as you said yourself, not only did they go lights out and kill everything they came across, but they just knew exactly when to engage in fights, and it was, I mean, constantly they had the upper hand. They would always have high numbers in those engagement plays. We talked about game 1 as well, how important being 4 guys live late game is, and they didn't get a person knock until that very last fight.
And this is the thing, right? We look at it and we're like, you see them jump up the leaderboard, they're now in first place. But you got to talk about it. L-Stars, they were still looking strong. They still hung in there. Maybe not massive amount of kills come into place, but a first place and a third place still seats you in second. And all they need is just a couple of standout performances, or they just hang in there. They can keep this consistency going. And they'll be laughing at the end of day 1 going into day 2.
Yeah, and you want to have a good start to the day. Of course, we did talk about how this point system is somewhat forgiving in the sense that you can still come back if you're down below. But a team here that I like to talk about, we see them here as well, Crest Gaming. They had a really good position in the Miramar game. This time around, too, sitting up there in the forest line, they just got completely overrun by a Freak of Freaks. They knew they came out of the compound. They wanted to take the fight with them. But who came into third party and take all the fun out of them? A Freak of Freaks. They just ruined, Actors came in and ruined the fun for them there.
Now the thing is with Crest as well, they've had 2 games of 4 kills, not much else happening, but they're quite happy to take these engagements. One thing we spoke about was just the aggression you see out of the Asian players, and they just don't care. They're running in, all guns blazing, they're playing it smart, but you can see the hunger and the confidence they have in their own ability to just push in and be like, hey, wait a minute, this is our kill game. This is where we're going to step it up. And because they know, like you said, right, it is that point system which is giving them a bit more of an opportunity. Because, yes, if you don't finish within the top 5, you're not going to get points, right? It's not going to happen. But if you can get a kill lead like that, because of it's only 8 points for first place, for example, you rack up a bunch of kills, you're getting the same points as they do for that.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, and if you can do that with a good placement as well, it's just gonna set you even. That's just gonna set you even further apart from the opponents.
And that was it, right? Because Actos' first game was pretty much non-existent, right? Only got a few
3 kills, I think, or 3 or 4 kills.
Yeah, so 3 or 4 kills. You didn't get into any top placements, but you go straight to first place off the back of a win and then a 16-kill game.
That was just insane.
A 16-kill game was. We spoke about the Hulk smash. It really was, because he was just giving it his all, and it was just a crazy performance.
And also we talked about the impact of the DMRs. I got a little what do you say, like, corrected in the chat, and that's fair enough. I will take that. How the DMR actually is a very used weapon in the Asian scene, and not only is it used, but it's also a weapon that is used to keep people at a distance. And that's the reason Axis they were never forced to take a fight up close unless if they wanted to engage. The only close fights they had was third-party engagements on other teams. Every time else, when anybody came in, whenever anyone came in within 150 meters, DMR, boom, 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 boom. Either you knock them and kill them, or you force them to run away.
Yeah, and that's it, right? It's giving a bit more control to it, being able to use those weapons correctly. And one thing we got to point out is how many amazing nade placement kills did we see throughout that game? It was devastating at times.
Insane. LGE, they just mean their ability to cook and throw those nades perfectly. It takes a lot of practice. Because there's no timer. There's no timer. When you cook that nade, there's no you can see the wheel going until it explodes. It's a gut feeling. You gotta know the distance. You gotta know the throwing time. It's just you gotta do it on point, and they did it to perfection.
No, I'm gonna be watching it back and be like, okay, I can see his position. I can see how he's throwing that nade. That's what I'm gonna apply to
my thing is I count to 6 slowly.
Okay.
But it's just my version of slowly. So don't just count to 6, guys. You might end up killing yourself. But we are going into round number 3, second to last game of today. Erangel is where it's going down. Plane is going to be southwest, coming up over, I believe, Georgia Pole in just a short moment's time. And where is the circle going?
That's the big question, right? There's no delay between it. It gives the teams a good idea. And okay,
as fair as can be.
Yeah, it's literally middle ground here. This can work out. And will this now force teams to go to their kind of usual positions? Will this make them feel a little bit more confident with it?
And will this force, I was going to say, look at this, nobody on military. We saw OP going down there immediately last game. This time around, you know what? This circle is more center. We can go to our spot that we like to loot. And now they will be able to do just that. A Freak of Freaks will go down to the southwestern side. Looks like AHQ will go alongside with them. Just for a little while, we'll take the western side of the farm split, get looted up in that area. And then everyone else pretty much going to where you expect them to go.
Yeah, kind of a good split so far. Towards the north, though, it's kind of a bit quieter here, which will allow Purple there a lot of room to work with.
This is what I like to see. I knew coming into this that both the guys from both the teams in 17 Gaming and Entus, they like to loot around the Pachinki, but they split it up. And you can loot Pachinki 2 teams because the guys in Entus, they will take the western side. But now let's see, will this force a fight or will it not?
Yeah, sure. Okay, he's a little bit further away, but soon enough he will meet some of the Entus guys. Some of that close-range fights that will come into play here. He's really going to have to loot up fast and either get out of there or take it to him. Potentially maybe finds Indigo on his own there and tries to catch him while they're looting, but it really depends on what he can get so early on here.
Yeah, really gonna be... I mean, even though you say the kills are the easiest early on, as I said earlier, it's still a really risky time to fight. Even at any point in the game, taking fights in the middle of the city, especially if you're in a situation like the guys in 17 Gaming are right now, that they have 2 guys that aren't even inside of the city here.
Yeah.
It's just really, really dangerous. But of course, then again, I mean, this could be the only place really where you can do these 1v2, 1v3s, because you cannot make the same sort of team push when you're inside a city like this, because there's so many ankles to hold.
Now, Actors, they're here, they're ready, and they were the winning team for round 2. Currently sat in first place, and already starting to loot their way through. Rangers on the move once again, and the vehicle use from Rangers last time around was so key. And look at where they are on the map. Now, this is around their usual spot they drop in, and this is giving them so much more control, though, because, look, no one's really near them. They can get every item that they can possibly find and get their hands onto, and they'll be pretty much uncontested, at least for the early parts of this.
And as good as this can be, as tricky can it be as well? Because normally when you land in an area and you see, okay, we have these guys over here, we have these guys over here, we have these guys over here, then you know accordingly how should we rotate here. They will be landing. They'll be like, okay, there's no one anywhere near us. I'm not even sure if the players renter when they landed like, as far away as they did. They won't even see any parachutes in the air when they do come down to like when they're landing. And that's going to be a big, okay, so we know there are 60 other players in the server. We know the circle is pretty big, but how do we go about this? And that's where all the preparation comes into play. You know where they normally would go, because most of the teams, as you said yourself here very correctly, James, is that people will go, and they do go to those spots.
Yeah, and this is the thing you have to be very cautious of as well, right? Like you said, if they've got this space to work with, okay, they don't have the information to play off, so when they do start to approach themselves back in, got to be super aware of what's going on around you.
Yeah.
But it also means that you can catch some of these teams rotating in who might not even be aware that you're that far back.
I think I just saw Entus Force in Pachinki with 3 SLRs. We talk about DMRs being deadly. Holy cow, you do not want to take a mid to long range battle with Entus in this game. The power of the DMR is uncomparable to, well, okay, maybe to the MK14. It's just such a beast of a DMR. And having 3 of those on one team, that will shred you to pieces in seconds.
Well, here's your Crest Gaming team on the screens at the moment. Crest Gaming, they have been putting up the kills, but they need to find themselves a little bit further up the leaderboard. And the great thing I loved about them in the last round was just they were so happy to engage in the fights, even at like a disadvantage, because they were going in for the confidence plays.
Yeah.
They were going in saying, hey, look, we're going to rack our way up here, and we're at least going to take this now because we need to do something.
And you can do those things in the first day games, because the more respect you can make for the other teams, like, oh my god, okay, we got Crest Gaming down here, let's not go that way because they will fight us.
Yeah.
If you can get that amount of room coming into day 2 and day 3, because people simply respect you, that's going to help you so much in those late game rotations.
Hey, that scare factor is a real thing. I know for sure there's certain points where I'm like, I'm under heavy fire, and I go, wait a second, I'm just going to chill, I don't want to engage in this right now. This guy may be just a little bit too crazy for me.
And also, I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right? Because if you know, okay, this team is there, not just a team is here, but this team is here, and you know exactly how they like to play, you can, well, that can determine whether you want to engage in the fight or not. And if you know you're up against a team, that kind of the wild card team, that they will fight you, they might not win all the time, but they sure as hell will do everything they can to kill you, you might just want to lay off. Whereas if it's a team that's defensive and doesn't dare fighting, maybe not be prepared for it, you can get a surprise element in those people.
Now, I just want to talk about Rangers real quick. We saw them just a few seconds ago while you were talking there. And again, they're just all going solo in vehicles, looting like crazy because they know they have full control. So I'm really interested to see how this is going to play out for them, just in terms of what loot they can get and how they can push themselves back in now, because this is a game for them which, if they get a few extra points here, a bit more on the kill side of things, they can play this well. They're going to jump up that leaderboard so successfully, because at the moment they are currently in 3rd place, so that could push them in a real nice spot. They got 19 points. They're not that far behind L-Stars and Actos, so this is the one for them, I think, just because of how this has played out for them.
You see Eska driving up here, the IGL for OP Gaming Rangers. Trying to see if he can get some info as to where to go in the circle. Now figures out, you know what, that compound's taken, but that doesn't matter because it's outside the circle anyway, and he will leave the area immediately. Smart play coming in from a very, very, very talented player in Eska. Just get back down. I mean, that's exactly what we want to do. Doesn't matter that you get shot at, as long as you stay alive and you get away from there. One thing that's interesting here is RRQ, Rex Regim, they got here because Divine didn't.
Exactly.
I mean, they were the replacement team, and in their qualifier to get here, them and Divine were constantly fighting in apartments and school in this area. Now that Divine ain't here, it's like, you know what, we got this whole area for ourselves. Nobody's even looting Rosok. So we have school, we have apps, we have Rosok, we have all this to ourselves off of playing a qualifier that they didn't make it through, where they got not killed every time they were there, but because they did do good in the tournament, but they were constantly contested in that area. Now they have all the room in the world to work with.
So it makes it a little bit harder for them as well. As we're going to now see AHQ. Now, this is a team we kept talking about, right, because of their performances and how they got here.
Yeah.
The question is, what can they do now? Because you've only got 6 points, you're in 9th spot, and this is where you need to have a standout game come into play.
I think we talked about confidence and how these things come into play. Going through a qualifier series in SEA, and I'm not taking anything away from the region, but going through a qualifier stage in SEA, getting 4 wins in a row and annihilating that entire tournament the way they did. We talked about how in Game 1 and Game 2, they came in with their high horses, they would push fights, or do engagements that might not have been the smartest to do. They had that whole run up to the Shack and the Open on Miramar Game 1. It might just have taken that 1 or 2 game to be like, you know what, guys, we're up against something else. Now, it's not the same game. It's a 16-team lobby as opposed to an 18-team one. It's going to be tricky.
Now, look how Rangers have moved around again. They've gone right round the sides. They didn't want to stay on that eastern side. They want to keep people guessing. But now they've got full control from the south. There's no one there to contest them behind them, which means they only have to look forward. Gives them a better vision, a better play style here to kind of try and work their way in. And this is interesting. Okay, so Actos, I think they're just going to run past it. Yeah, they're not going to. Purple's not going to jump off and try and fire some pot shot. It's not worth the risk for him just yet. So they're just going to play to their positions. But we could have maybe seen an early engagement there. But this has been quite quiet in comparison to our first 2 games.
Not a single player eliminated so far. We know what that means. That just means that the KS will get that much more out of the hand coming in to the later circles. But no, I mean, when we talk about this area of the map, now the circle did 100% confirm that it's going to go south of the water and south of the river, going towards Yasnaya. And people want to get over this as fast as they can. You see them, you don't want to have to run over bridges or swim at any point in the game. And if you can get that done with early on, before teams come close to you, you want to do that. So that's why you see Actus moving here so early on, taking the compound just on the southern side of the water. Juanita down, and a lot of shots fired with the Mini 14 towards the Crest Gaming, guys. No kills, though.
Yeah, he was getting a couple of tags off there. Can't get the frag. Though K3, he's not going to miss this one. Finds him on the motorbike. Going to finish him off straight away. And there we'll have it, our first kill of the game. And AHQ get themselves on the board.
Really, really good for them to get some kills early on, because those kills, they will repel. If you just get those 2-3 kills every single game early on, the amount of points that will accumulate to over the end of the entire tournament, it's going to bump you up for sure. Now, Armory Gaming have come off to a rough start, trying to see if they can do something here, having the guys from Airwolf right next to them.
Yeah, they're trying to play it smart, keeping it nice and steady for now. They seem aware that Airwolf could be nearby. Engagements just yet. A few shots being sprayed off there.
Super Survivor's trying to take out Star-Lord, but shots coming in return. It's going to be Yoshi with the Car 98. Saying, come on, stop shooting at these guys. Let them pass. Let them pass. If not, I'll take you out, and that's exactly what it did.
Yeah, that's what kind of can end up happening, where it gets so close quarters, and we're only at phase 2. Just if you're that far away, Star-Lord manages to run in there with the bike, stays alive, manages to avoid elimination, but because of the noise being made, that actually meant that they get taken down in the situation they didn't expect.
An interesting play for him to commit this hard into Rosok. He was taking shots from the guys over on the other side, but look at where his teammates are. They're still out on the western side. If he gets pushed upon, if the guys in Super Survivor decide to pull up on this one building where they know that he is 4-on-1, he might get a knock, he might get 2 knocks, but we've seen crazy things happen. But odds are, at least, that there's no way he's getting all those 4 kills, and there's no way for his teammates to back him up.
Now, Suck, we saw him have a crazy game. He's already got himself an 8 times up on there. He's going to be looking to do some serious damage once again, no doubt. It's about the positioning that the Rangers have got themselves into as well. Will be people expect him to come down there. Problem is they're at the lower side of the hill now, coming from the south. Taking a few shots already.
This is an interesting place to sit. We do see a little replay. Look at that.
Yeah.
I'm going to shoot at you. Nope, you're not. Not going to happen. Long range Yoshi with the 8X on the suppressed Car 98. Just a great weapon to be with. Now, new circle. Popping. Where are we going, James?
Ooh. Okay. Now, the difference here, so Rangers were actually the team at the furthest south. They've worked their way around, and it's AHQ are actually behind them now. So they could be in a position where they get pincered. Look how many teams are around them here. LG, not too bad, though. Over on the western side, can work their way around and kind of stay out of the fight if they want to.
I would say the only places in this new circle that you can really play from are the fields in the middle. Only issue being that all the compounds surrounding the field in the middle, because there are some dips in there you can play from. All those buildings that you have to go through to get there. There are people in them already, so you'll have to fight your way into the middle, and knowing the Asian scene and how people play normally, I don't think that's going to happen. We do have a little bit of a gap here, and it looks like Airwolf will do everything they can to utilize that, flying straight through, but they're not going to have an easy time either.
Well, YDD goes off with a one shot, can't make it connect. The cars are just going to be barreling forward towards that circle. They want to be getting themselves in a better position here. YDD taking the shots. Usually been able to connect these quite well, but not in his favor this time around.
Looks like the guys in Nova found themselves a bit of contesting inside of the ruins area as well. The guys in Sun Sister from Japan trying to see if they can net themselves some kills off the guys up above them.
They're in a really good spot as well, because Nova's completely locked in around the same area. Look at the way they're attacking from multiple directions. Crazy Sam working his way around the edge here. Yu's having a look, though. He's got an idea of where he might be coming from. Goes in for the bandage in. That's smart.
Yeah, use the info to your advantage. Play it smart. Narrow down where they can be, and then nade those guys to oblivion, trying to do everything they can. So at least, I mean, even when they don't get the kill with it, they know, okay, well, so they can't be in that smoke, and then they can push further and use that info. We do have Gaba a little far down, actually. So you see him running up now. He needs to get into a position where he can help his friends. Also, I need really smart positioning from him. Have that one guy with the higher advantage point where he can get the better overview of what's going on.
Yeah, like you said, though, Gabha, he's going to have to get himself in quickly if he wants to be able to back up his team.
Double
getting the double trades. Can they get hold of it? Esker's trying to run his way through on the motorbike, but he does get taken off. And he goes for a little bit of a skydive and ends up getting splatted on the floor. Not working out for Rangers this time around. Aerowolf, though, they're going to be loving life. Double crate drop gives them plenty to work with here, but they are under heavy fire. Their spots are certainly known, so getting out of there is going to be a little bit more difficult.
Ain't nobody gonna get a double crate in this position for free, but they do manage to get it with 2 guys staying alive. Will keep that level 3 gear, and more importantly, will have some really good weaponry to work with as well. But now AHQ once again in the action. We talk about how well they do in team fights, and right now they're annihilating the guys from Nova.
Yeah, Nova, they'd already had a problem dealing with the Sun Sisters. Now they're going up against AHQ. No matter where they walk, no matter where they turn, they're falling into it.
Look at who's coming from right behind. Sun Sisters, they heard all the action, they heard the commotion, they've seen the kill feed action, and they want a piece of this. AHQ might be in for a bit more than they can chew here, but for Nova, caught in the middle of this, this could very much be them out in 16th place.
Yeah, Nova is not in the position you want to be in when you've got 3 teams battling it out like this. Crazy Sam firing off the shots, trying to make him connect, but everyone's ducking and diving. They're doing well to stay alive already. Getting towards the end of phase 3. Shots coming off it, really nice, but Nova unable to get it done. AHQ putting in the work. Sun Sisters, they want to stay out of it just for now.
They're
the
playing
circle starts to come in.
They're playing this so smart. Waiting outside on the ridge. They know there will be casualties, and they're not engaging before they know that they have them in the blue. Really smart plays coming in from Sun Sisters. Just waiting, holding it off. But look at LGE. They want a piece of the action as well. This could be the 4th party coming into play. And now all the guys from AHQ are going to be taken down. They had the fight. They got the knocks they needed. But Nova, with a little help from SS and LGE, do manage to take out AHQ in 16th place.
First team eliminated, AHQ, and not going to be expecting that. Not going to be happy with it either. Not a great amount of kills put on the board. They do put up a good fight, but LGE just coming in at the end there. I don't think they expected that whatsoever. And now LGE are going to be the ones that are just going to continue to play this smart. There is only 3 of them left alive.
Only issue being 15 seconds until the circle's going to start moving, and it has shifted away from their position. So not only do they need to get this fight over and done with, they also need to get healed up. They need to go back and get their vehicles, and they need to get going, because these circles are starting to hurt quite a lot.
Yeah, this is what happens when it starts to push us further down the phases. LG and Sun Sisters.
How Monster
right
Shield survived that with 2 guys alive, I have absolutely no idea. They have no vehicles either. I mean, they just need to take it on foot and try and backtrack all these guys running next to them all the way out to the circle. It's going to be so hard. But now Afrika making the run around the behind, but it's going to be Rex trying to see if they can hold them off.
Yeah, nice damage being done there. Moses hitting a ton of shots. Afrika took a lot of damage. They found their way in. Now they need to engage this fight. Question is, how are they going to be able to do it? Oh, Actors have got themselves in a position once again where they can rein in up high, managing to put some shots onto purple.
You say that, but it's Starlord all by himself. He has 2 players. Make that all 3 players still back in the compound outside the circle. He was a scout pushing on forward, and he has to make room here. Arius doing everything he can to take out the guys from Purple Mood, and that's going to be a nade right on the money. Taking that one guy, you can see the action just popping off, but down goes Starlord, and that's the position lost for the guys in Actus.
Yeah, Starlord, like you said, he was trying to play it smart, trying to get that information scout ahead. Instead, he's kind of paid the price with his life. So he's got 2 more of his team members coming in to do some further damage. These nades going in as well. Lots of damage to be had. Oh, brilliant work. Ryu manages to get one. Karad as well. And Purple, they didn't stand a chance. Crest Gaming, though, they're wanting to take this fight. And like we said, it's their confidence, it's their aggression that they keep showing here. But Actors, they're ready to try and match that.
And we talked about how well and orchestrated the guys from Actus played last game here, having Starlord up there by himself for so long and not getting the help from his teammates. Now they pull up to the exact same spot anyway, but they wait until after he's dead. That's so surprising to me. We'll have to see, though. Can they make some room here? Can they get down the guys from Crest Gaming? That's a nade right on the money. Unfortunately, not quite enough damage done, but 1 more is coming, 2 more are coming. Let's see if that's going to be a double. Now, could very much be. That's 1 guy down, and that's the 2nd guy down as well. Hulk and Juanita securing themselves 2 knocks, and it's all up to the last remaining player now in Pure Boy and Kura.
That is Actors saying, get out of here. We're going to throw the nades in, and we're going to finish you off. Crest Gaming, they're confident. They like to take the fights, but they are eliminated, and Actors, once again, putting up kills, putting up numbers, and pushing themselves into the top 10.
But they are paying for it with their nice Juanita all by himself. Now needs to get the rest up, so his teammates, they're on the edge of the new circle. Fortunately, it's shifted in their direction, but they are not in a good spot if he doesn't get these teammates up, because you can see this. The guys in Super Survivor, they saw it, and NB, they got 2 knocks on them. They saw 1 go down instantly in the kill feed. He knows he is resing, and I need to make a move here. Bad thing being, though, he's all by himself. He needs his team to help him.
Yeah, this could have worked out if they were still trying to res people, but as Actors gets the team back into play, they've got to be so careful. He's going to grenade out. He's going to try and throw it into one of the smokes, see if he can catch someone.
But that's also going to inform them that there's a guy nearby. Hulk does go down. He was just rest, but will go down. And now he goes down in return. Great retaliation play coming in from Juanita. Exactly what they needed. And again, now the help comes in, but it's going to be too late. They will get the flush already.
Oh, Juandi's all alone. He's got to be able to get this done now. Once again, both his teammates knocked and put on the floor. But the pressure's coming in all around them. Shox has managed to take down Crazy Sam, though, so he's given a bit of help. 17's chiming in there. Is it going to be enough? Kongwoo's right on the edge of it. Nade's going to come out, and that should be able to do it. Yep. Actors eliminated in 9th place. They got a few kills, but they won't be inside the points this time around. It'll be interesting to see what this does for their placements.
61, great push above the hilltop there, gets himself all 3 of those kills, unfortunately, and somewhat unnecessarily, I guess you can say. They do end up losing a guy in that push, so they could have pushed all guys together. They knew the circle was going to shift away from them. Just go over there. You have 1 guy up close. He can just hold it off and wait for his teammates to come over and help. He got a bit too aggressive. He got taken down, got flushed before the other guys could come over and do anything, and now his shots fired. Luminous, they've been doing so good so far, and now they're up against the guys from Entus, but Entus and Rangers, they've got themselves a fight as well.
Yeah, this is brilliant work here already. Rangers, they know they're pinned down. Entus and them are battling back and forth, while L-Stars, they're taking that advantage they've got, and they're making sure it's a hard time for both parties. They're just trying to pick off the kills from all the distance there.
Luminous, they went in and took school really early on, and they are taking everything they can with this right now. They're really happy to get to be inside the circle, and they have so much cover and nobody's anywhere near them. They can take these shots as much as they want, because they can just crawl back behind the wall, get rest up back again. And there's been no one looting in this area either, so probably awesome helmets and vests around.
And this is funny, right? Because neither Rangers or Entus can afford to really challenge L-Stars. They need to deal with each other first on the closer fight with it. But is there anyone else that's going to be able to challenge L-Stars from that position just yet? Aerowolf getting some kills in, but he's also taking heavy damage himself. Gets knocked. SSS still in it, still trying to make it work.
Really
all alone
wanted
there
to
with
get
just
the
3
flush.
kills.
Went too greedy and the flash share was taken out in the end. 17 Gaming, they've been laying low so far this game, but they do still have, I believe, either 3 or 4 people, alive. Should be able to do something from the southwestern side of the circle, but we saw there was a bit of a cram of people down there. Could be trouble coming in to the finals. Look at this, Groza and M249. If you want to have a vehicle to, or if you want a weapon to blow up vehicles, that's exactly what you want.
I'm surprised he managed to stay alive then, but he will finally get finished off. Shu was shooting at him as well. As 17, they've put themselves in the #1 spot so far. There's still 7 teams remaining, though. They may have been quiet, but they've been engaging in fights here and there and just picking off teams from a distance. This has been really clever and calculated play.
Look at this knock from Shu all the way into the pool area of School. Really good shots connected with the Mini 14 there. They do know that they have a team around, but again, as you can see here, we'll get the rest up immediately. Circle's going to pop in just about 5 seconds. If Luminous is forced to leave School, it's going to be interesting. Also, Apartment's completely open. If the circle goes over there, it's going to be chaotic.
Oh, there's L-Stars are just on the
Winning
money.
game #1, getting 3rd place game #2, and now they're dead center in the circle. Rangers, they know this immediately. We need to move from up here. They know they have Enters close. They cannot let Luminous take them apart. They saw the knock coming onto one of them, and now they're making their move down to Apartments.
L-Stars have got so many targets to shoot at as well. They don't know who to pick off first. Rangers have managed to get in close, but they've put themselves in the circle, and they're going to at least now try and get some building. But Saki's taking heavy damage as well. Easy's firing off onto Entus. This is where it gets really dicey. Entus, they're trying to flank themselves around, get themselves into some cover, but they've got no weapons to do it with. Rangers, they're able to sneak in a little bit faster on this one.
I know that how they like to want, like, can we just smoke off the vehicle if we really need
Yeah.
it? I mean, and they will need it. They will need it. If this circle gets closer towards School, it's going to be so hard for them to push out here. That smoke, though, probably more needed when they're forced to leave rather than now. They might not even have to in the end. Lipro making the run up the hill. It's going to be him going down, man, securing himself the knock and the finish off on towards him. The run comes up the hill. Show still alive, but they do still have quite a ways to run forward.
Thank God for that crate. That is what Sho is thinking right now.
Freaka, School's taken. You don't have to go to school today.
Rosa's like, I don't care, I'm going in for the charge. He's taking a bit of damage, but he's willing to take this fight, but he will go down. And that's straight away YDD going in for the kill. He's seen that there was another player close by as well. And this is the thing, L-Stars, they've got the position, but they haven't had so many kills. Just 2 kills across the whole team. But as everyone gets closer to them, they're going to start to rack these up some more. And Style, well, that's not what you want to do, my friend.
Simply spending too much time getting up here. If you want to commit to School, you got to just send it full team pretty much on top of each other. So the opponents, that's the way that you can confuse your opponents. You can drive 4 guys, not on top of each other, obviously, but close enough to each other that the guys will not know who to focus fire. If you have guys, 1 vehicle comes up, 4 guys shooting at him. Next vehicle comes up, 4 guys shooting at him. They will get blown up in the end there. So initially smart play they made. Look at this K long range with the SLR. We talked about it earlier. Such a beast of a weapon. And at least for now, they're inside the circle. But in 50 seconds, they might just not be anymore.
Yeah, L-Stars managed to get another one there, and this is the problem, right? We've seen RRQ actually put themselves in a good position across most of this map, but now they've played it a little bit too slow, and they're getting a little bit of kind of a problematic situation for them now. They don't actually know where they can go from this. And Easy and YDD, they are just picking everyone apart. Such good position here. School has worked out perfectly. And Rangers, though, look, they've slowed things down a bit. Both them and Entus managed to stay alive. They didn't keep battling back at each other. And they've respectively found themselves in okay positions. The question mark, really, is around what can these other 2 teams do to challenge and get themselves in?
Luminous is the only team that still has 4 guys alive. Airwolf somehow has managed to live through all of this, despite the fact they were in a rough position really now. The nade from Wen, unfortunate, I guess you could say, doesn't manage to go in. But once again, School is the center of attention. RDK does go down, but so does Shocks. Don't make that 067, sorry. Is that what we're calling him? 067? 067?
06. That is the most difficult name for us to say. As Freaka Freaks do get eliminated, they'll go out in 6th place. Means 5 teams are remaining, and now it's where it gets to the real pivotal points.
Yeah.
Entus, they've got to be careful, just literally hiding behind rocks and, out in the open. Indigo, he hasn't got a hope in Hellstars, he's ducking.
How is he surviving this?
What is this? There is no way you should be alive, Indigo. Somehow, some way, he's duck and dived his way through.
Most importantly, he's on the edge of the circle in that dip over there. They cannot shoot him from there. I'm not even sure they can throw nade far enough. Adro has got to be saying to himself, oh my god, are you kidding me? I should have landed those shots, and he would have landed them 9 out of 10 times.
And Shox there, you saw him, he has to be able to deal with that Aerowolf player that's left. Otherwise, he's always got to think about that in the back lines behind him. He's really got himself in that middle ground you don't want to be in just yet.
Let's see here. L-Stars, they will have to leave at least the northern part open. They have Win up there. I mean, if he gets knocked now and 17 decides to push on this, they might be in for a rough one, but it looks like YDD does go back inside the main building. They're playing it really smart. And I mean, there's a reason that we see these teams make it so far, so many games in a row. It's not just about the lucky positions. I mean, here, fortunately for them, School was in play for a long time, but they play it so smart. 067 does get the finish off, and so and that's going to be Airwolf out in 5th place. So now, with 12 players alive, not before now, do we start accumulating placement points.
Oh, yes, and that's what it comes down to, right? This is the money-making moments. Entus, they've managed to keep themselves going, the same as Rangers. They've been kind of the same situations. L-Stars, they've had control of School this entire time. It's 17 that's been engaging in a lot of fights and trying to fight their way through it, but it's not always worked out for them. Now they've only got 2 players left. We can see, like, they're going to start moving in. Rangers want to push for it now. Going to get in the vehicles, use it as some cover, get a little bit of a backup going on here. Entus, though, they're well aware of what's going on. The shot's coming off. WNN's going to have to just back away. Gets in the shot, finishes off one Rangers player. Sees Suck as well. Damage being done. And this is just looking so good as they're going to be picked apart to no end. Entus are going to be kicking themselves after that.
And
as
look
OP
at
are
this.
eliminated.
The fact that Indigo got around the corner, got into this position, allows for him to stay alive. They would have been killed before the guys in OP, and that would have been, I mean, okay, actually would have been the exact same placement points. But nonetheless, nonetheless, it keeps them alive and with a chance of making it even further. Look at the 17 game, and they're just outside on the wall. He sees the edge of the weapon there. Easy knows exactly where he is. It's just a matter of, oh, there's an arm. There you go. That's a knock on him as well. Just one more 17-player Sharks did manage to get into the downstairs. And then this next circle, it's going to be dead center no matter what. It's going to go right out into the schoolyard.
Well, Indigo, how smartly he played this. He's done it well so far. The benefit that L-Stars have here is that they can just challenge no matter what. They've got all the advantage. Tapping away, 10 kills for L-Stars. Now it's only them and 17. Shox, what have you got? Can you try and pick these off one by one? I don't fancy his chances, I'll be honest. They start to push into him. Might get one here. Misses the shots, though. You can't miss shots. No. You can't waste opportunities like that. They're still pushing into him, but he will get finished off. And L-Stars, not once, but twice, out of 3 rounds, take the win.
Absolutely insane performance by them. Not only do they get School, that's all good and all, but they managed to keep out every single team trying to push in on them. Really, really small play. I was going to say they might even have been a bit too aggressive there in the end, almost killing themselves off. But unfortunately, the shots could not connect those AK bullets, and they will go down. So 17 Gaming getting back in the mix here. They're playing the style that we expect them to play, but in the end, it's all about Luminous Stars.
Yeah, Luminous Stars. Their first win, right? It was impressive. They had 9 kills off the back of it. They came third on the second game. They had 6 kills for that. Now they've just taken first. I can't remember what kills they had. I'm waiting to see what information.
Well, they were popping off. But they're doing extremely well.
As it got to the later
I think they had
right?
13. Somewhere around 13 kills.
We saw the 10 come in right towards.
And they were already in first place. I mean, talking Hub having a good first day performance. Again, everything can happen in day 2 and 3. Nothing is guaranteed. We tend to see a lot of changes coming into the second day because people have had the time to go home. They've watched the VODs, they've talked to the coaches and analysts, and things will change. But coming off so well in day number 1, and Luminous Stars, insane performance by them.
Luminous Stars are truly reaching for the stars at this point, and it's only day 1. I saw just on the screen before it flicked over, 44 points already, which will put them nearly at least 8 or 9 points ahead of Actos.
I think 44 points is going to be as much as the bottom 5 teams will get throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah,
if not even more than that. And they've had that in 3 games. That's completely insane.
Hey, we've got a lot more games to
sure.
come, Toby. This has been exciting. There is still more to come. One more round here for day 1. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back very soon with all the action. Let's see if Luminous Stars can keep this form up, or will they be finally challenged?
Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom.
Been a real n since my birthday. Stunning on my classmates every first day. By my graduation, I had took off. Candy paint looking hard, leather still soft. Let my main count the money right. Couple during lunch for the appetite. Now everybody wanna be friends. So from now on, every car gotta have tents. Feeling real presidential. Everybody ain't able, but it's all mental. Homie better switch up his mind state. Ain't had a 9 to 5 since my mom's place. Somehow still have money though. Young little spoiled, but you love it though. Visits to the hood when I feel bored. Yeah, in the hood cause I can't afford. Being had the dream, cash press record. And win Hollywood as my reward. Celebration just because it feel right. I been have followers in real life. I been have followers in real life. Been have followers in real life. Nah, like for real though. I really had like followers in real life. You the truth, that's what everybody telling me. The way I hit the booth, you would think it was a felony. You do not speak the truth. That you cannot sell to me. You know I speak the truth. That's what everybody telling me. kitty and he perform. Yeah, been nasty, been hood, been classy. Ask me about myself, and I might tell you something. But these motherfuckers can't tell me nothing. And these motherfuckers can't tell me. Still the cool green with the ink skin. Been connected, little been linked in. Like I said, I pre-form, y'all just pretend. Been looking sunny, so let my rain begin. You the truth, that's what everybody telling me. The way I hit the booth, you would think it was a felony. You do not speak the truth. That you cannot sell to me. You know I speak the truth. That's what everybody telling me. You the truth. That's what everybody telling me. The way I hit the booth, you would think it was a felony. You do not speak the truth. That you cannot sell to me. You know I speak the truth. That's what everybody telling me. These motherfuckers ain't doing. We be the mother. We be the motherfucking rich. And these motherfuckers can't tell me. Cause these motherfuckers ain't cold gauge just to make the smile whiter. You shine hard, but I'm still better.
It is the last round of the PUBG Asia Invitational, and it has been heating up round after round. My name is James Banks, and I'm joined by Toby, and we are ready to deliver you the final game of today. And let's be honest, right? L-Stars, they are just looking incredibly strong. It's only day one, but they've racked up the points. They're 10 points ahead of their nearest competitions, the Koreans and Actors, but it's been very back and forth.
And we talk about these guys, but at the same time, there are some teams that are doing really, really well, just not as well. We got the guys on this at OP Gaming Rangers.
Yep.
And what do they have? 2 second places and a 4th place finish. And also, just in those 3 games, I mean, the consistency at this level, this early on in the tournament, that's absolutely insane. Whether these guys are doing something that the other guys just aren't, or what's working for them, believe me, every single other team will go back today whenever these games are done, look at the replays, be like, what did these guys do to get so many times into late game? And tomorrow, we never know, could be all changed.
And that's the thing, right? So you look at OP Rangers, the team you just pointed out there. Yes, they've had these second places, but on the second place they got on round 2, just 3 kills. This time around, they were right there, all the way to the wire, and only got 1 kill. It's because they're playing smart in terms of movement. Their just engagements aren't working out too well for themselves. We saw it where they were fighting last time around Enters, and they were also getting L-Star shoot down them from school. They were really pincered in, but it was just amazing how they didn't walk away of actually getting a few frags up on there, because that could quickly turn the tide in where their points sit at the moment.
It really can. I mean, we see right there, despite the fact that you have so good performances. Of course, right now, Luminous outshining every other team, but the fact that you can have so many good games and still not just get into that second place position, that's pretty interesting. But of course, there are many more games to be played. As you said yourself, James, just 1 more game today. And now we've had a Western Circle. We've had a Central Circle. Where do you want the next one to go? If you wanted the East, I was thinking, because okay, so last circle was so center that people could drop anywhere and still be somewhat close, right? What happens when, I'm saying when because I want it to happen, what happens when the first circle pops 100% guaranteed military? Because we do not have a designated military team. Is it going to be like 5 teams fighting in military base, 3 teams in Novo, or what's going to happen?
Well, this is the thing, right? We've been looking at the drops, and as soon as they see E, they're like, oh, okay, let's just ignore most of our positions. Rangers, though, last time around, right, we spoke about them. They jumped to their usual spot and just fought their way in, right? And, okay, when I say fought their way in, they only was with 1 kill, but they were pushing back and back. What I'd quite like to see is to get an Eastern Circle in favour and see how they react to it, because that would be their usual spot. Maybe something they're more comfortable with, and maybe that's something that they can play off in to get a higher position, because I'm loving the consistency. That's what I think is key here to staying up there, because remember, this is 3 days, 4 rounds a day. Okay, you can be good on day 1. You've got to bring your A game on day 2 as well. So I just want to see what happens in that sense. This is a good, consistent start. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. So give them an Eastern Circle. Let's see what OP Rangers do.
Very well said there, James. I'm still waiting to see these ramps being put into use. We need to see some people backflipping on them, right?
I want to see someone on one of the PUBG bikes.
Where are the backflips and stuff? Where are the backflips? We need to bring in Travis Pastrana, one of all these other crazy X Games guys, and do some stunts on those ramps. They cannot just be for show, right? But anyway, final game number 4 of today coming in. And once again, it's West, but rather center. Again, I would not be surprised to see a team in OP Rangers go out to the East Coast. I mean, go to your standout spots. There is no reason not to take those spots in this tournament. But now, with 17 Gaming and Enters both dropping Pachinki last game, fortunately nobody ended up dying because of it. But will they both go back again? We'll just have to wait and see.
Now, Nova could go for their usual position. They've got the opportunity to do that. Rangers aren't going out yet. They might do exactly what you were saying there, Toby. Actors, they're gonna have a completely different style of where they want to go for this.
No, they don't. They went South George last game too.
Did they? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm going off what we looked at in the notes beforehand. But yes.
No. They weren't George last game as well. I mean, they know for a fact that coming into this game there wasn't a designated South George team.
Yeah.
And they'll say, you know what, guys, we might be able to. We might not normally land around Yasnaya, but wait, South George free? Okie dokie, we'll go take that. You have so many opportunities to rotate out from there, and more often than not, you will have vehicle spawns both with the hard spawns, like the esports spawns we see right there with the flames on the side of the Dacia, but also the other ones. And now, once again, 17. This time around, they go elsewhere, but now they're running into the guys in Sun Sister.
But this is a smart play, though, right? We spoke about kind of how teams will adapt to it. Now, we usually see Actos, they normally go down towards the eastern side. This time, like you pointed out, they've realized people aren't going there. Well, let's take advantage of it. Let's see what we can get done. And it'll put them nicely within the circle to start off with as well. And once again, we look at Crest, and they're already on the hunt. They're already looking. They know they're close, and they want to engage in these fights. It's that confidence from the Japanese players.
One thing that's surprising to me, though, and I love to see that 17 Gaming is backing out here. They didn't want to contest Pubg. They wanted to go elsewhere. It still doesn't work for them, but they go everyone together. Here, though, Purple Mood, I mean, when they're flying down, it's not like they're just holding down shift and then ignoring everything that's happening. They're seeing that another team is going down nearby them. They know there are only 2 guys there. Why do you want to overcommit to a compound, being 2v4, potentially losing that? Like we see here with Sunsis is shooting up towards 17 Gaming. Again, smart. They're making the run for it. Could have been a fight. They could have won that fight, but they don't want to risk the chance of losing it. Same thing here. Now Purple Moon is making the run for it, but maybe they shouldn't have gone here to begin with. You know what I mean?
And both of these teams really need the points as well. So losing a player early on, that would be a critical loss.
Yeah.
Something they can't afford to do at this point. So backing away, I'm down with this. I agree. They're outnumbered. Crest have got control of it. Just allow them to have it at this point. It's 17, though. We've got a nice spot at the moment. Got a bit of the weaponry with them already. And they're just kind of scouting around, trying to find people moving.
Look at the commitment from Sun Sister. They really, really want these kills. They're chasing them miles out in the open, trying to secure themselves these kill points early on. They know that the opponents don't have a lot of armor and don't have a lot of weaponry, and these ARs, especially when you see it with the 6x scope there, they can do a ton of damage, but might just be overcommitting to this, because right now they're running in the open, not with vests or helmets themselves. Only reason this is working for them is because nobody's shooting back. But if Ensis is sitting up here waiting, if 17 Gaming is sitting up here waiting to take the fight as well just in a moment, they're splitting up now, but this could come to bite them.
Yeah, 17, got to be really careful. You can see that the pushes are all coming out. They're getting closer to each other the whole way through. Entis are actually in the most advantaged situation here. They've got the buildings to work off. They've got good weaponry. They've already looted up a bit. The one thing they don't want to do is just push too aggressively and kind of run into them all, because they could find themselves pincered in once again between 2 different teams.
Why are they leaving the compound to get in?
Yeah,
There's so many interesting things going on, and now fights does end up happening. 17 Gaming taking out with one guy. Gabba gets the knock onto Lipro as well. This could be a horrible situation for them. They came 2nd place last game. They do not want to go out here in game number 4 with 0 kills to their name.
Oh, Gabba's spotted show. Can he finish him off? Is he going to go for it? He's waiting around behind the tree at the moment. Entis, they're firing off shots. They've managed to find one. Shox is the guy who's going to be taken out of it.
If you're Sun Sister now, I would just say back off.
Yeah.
They have the high ground position. Gabba is completely isolated from his teammates. Now they realize, wait, Ensis is in on this as well. We might just not want to do this. Shao now is all by himself, still shooting in his direction. That's HQ! They want to get in on this. It's just, I mean, I can only say that I'm surprised because it's not something I'm used to see at all. But the fact that they value these early game fights so much over getting proper loot, over getting a better position in the circle, it's very, very surprising to me.
It's that aggression again.
It is. It really is. They're dragons, no snakes here.
These Asian teams, right, across the region, we spoke about how they all have very different styles and how they play the game. But one thing that is very familiar is just how aggressive they are, how much they want to go in for it. And I think it's this point system that's kind of forced this upon them, right? Because they know what can be done with kills. Milk manages to get the first. Libro's going to be taking a hit. Oh, that's a nice
I guess
drop.
Father Pubg does say, you know what, SSS?
Have some luck.
Here you go. Take a grade. Take a grade.
Oh, that's nice as well.
Too bad they're not picking it up, though.
Yeah. So
I mean, that's the only place you don't look straight up in the sky, right?
Are they trying to bait people in, though? It's like,
oh,
okay, we'll
that
leave it
could
there.
be. Yeah.
We're gonna wait for them to come to us. The crate's down. We've got position.
And look at this HQ. Milky's jumping around all by himself. Of course, they are in a position where they need to get something going. They've had a rough couple of games to begin with, and now they're. I mean, they might have been a little over-aggressive early on. We talked about them doing that, right? And now you got Milk all by himself in the open. If Ensis Force decides to say, you know what, there's a solo over there, let's push him. There's no way for the rest of the guys in AHQ to come over and help him out. He will be in a potential 1v4. So now you know he's there. You didn't get the kill. Go back to your compound. Keep on looting. And then move with your team inside the next circle.
Well, here on your screen at the moment are your current front runners as Milk has finished off show. And that means 17 is the first team eliminated within phase 1. Just over 6 minutes in. That is a quick team elimination. And that's because they were just out in the open a little bit too long, taking the fights. They didn't go their way, and they didn't back away either. And also, Sunstrider, they did just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. They were hungry.
4 teams fighting this early in the game. That's people that are more into the Asian scene than I am. I mean, I follow it a lot, but I've never seen anything like this before.
Hey.
So let me know, guys, in the chat, if you're an expert on the Asian scene. Is this common that people will go this aggressively for kills? And unfortunately, I guess you can say for the guys in 17 Gaming, they had to pay for it. I mean, they landed in the compound, they got weapons, they did what I said at the time, the smarter play. You know what? There's no reason for us to take this fight. We'll just back out. But then they just hunted them down.
Well, 17 weren't doing too bad either. 18 points, yeah, they finished in total. They're on 5th place. This means this early elimination, this could see him rattle all the way down towards the bottom of the table. Now you've got Armory Gaming. They've currently had 0 points, or 1 point, sorry, I tell a lie. 1 point they've had so far.
Also, I mean, talking about a momentum thing, right? Now, people say, oh, momentum is not something that impacts a lot, but there will be, this is the last game of today. They will be going into today's break being like, that was an interesting way to end the game. You just had a second place game, really good game, coming off of that into next game. Woohoo, let's go, and then nothing happens. But now, wow, what a Western Circle.
Yeah, Rangers, they're going to have to get a move on, but they are in a good spot, and we know how fast they are on these rotations. They've all got vehicles to play with as well. They've just got to be careful of AG over there, because that's who they're going to have to bypass. Now, Rangers, they like to go for this really outer side edge of the circle. They like to play it out and inwards, and they'll reposition themselves down towards the south and work their way up from there, but it's what action they see. Now, what you were saying there about the kind of momentum, I think really what this comes down to is momentum is all about the mentality, right? It's all how confident it makes them feel. They get a few bits going, they get a few kills going. I feel like that's such a big factor in any game like this, because it's that adrenaline rush. The only difference is how you control it. It's how you as an individual person is able to control that and use it to your advantage. So I think momentum could be a big factor, especially for a team like L-Star at the moment. Who certainly are. Yes, okay, out of the 3 rounds, only 1 they've had a good position on score.
Look again, Yoshi immediately, once he sees them drive up the hill, he hears them stop up there, he just senses it, starts running uphill. Of course, these teammates will be in a position to shoot at as well. Now Airwolf taking a lot of shots, and they're completely catching Rex Regim out in the open.
They need to either get rid of that car, blow it up, or continue delivering the damage. RDK looks to try and, is he going to run away, or is he going to go and try and position himself a little bit closer?
They need the vehicle. They cannot make a run off from this position. There are a lot of players making the rotations through them, though. Armory Gaming having had a rough day today so far. Now they're in the vehicle once again, and this vehicle is not going to last too long. 3 and a 2 and a 3-2-1 shipping explosion. There you go. Both of them taken out, and Rex Regim taking some losses early on. Cup and Lido with the SKS getting in on the action here as well.
Aerowolf as well. A team that we keep seeing pop up. They've not had any like massively standout games to come in here, but they are currently sat with just 7 points. They've been more on a couple of the kills. They had their early 2nd place, and that's all they've managed to be able to put on the board here. You can see the total list as it is of now at 4-17. They were the only team to be eliminated so far, but SSS, they need to be really careful, the Japanese team, as Yoshi, he is not holding back at all, while Stahl, his car gets blown to smithereens by the Actos team, and they're currently still in 2nd place, but there is a big gap between them and L-Stars.
We have lost 9 players in the first 1.5 circles. That's completely unheard of. This is going to make for so much more room in the mid game. Now Yoshi in on the action, has a good position. Posensi trying to see if he can spot anything from above. Not going to happen. Yoshi does go down. Sinvi with a good position in here. Only 3 guys alive in their team, and SSS are all crammed into this little house.
Really nice position.
I mean, look at how aggressive Yoshi pushes up. He has 2 teammates that are still way down in the compound. Now they have to make the run up. With the rest, fortunately, no opponent is up there to see them. And as I say that.
But I love that smoke, because that was thrown by his teammate. They're going to think he's going to be coming in from the other side and use the other teammates to come in and try and give him a bit of a help. Gabba's been knocked in the meantime. Oh, he's been finished off, actually. So, okay, he's going to be out of it.
He's going to be done.
There's a knock just below him. So, still Purple wanting to try and push this. Sun Sisters need to make sure they're being very cautious still, because they've got themselves really almost pincered in here. Rangers want to try and get in the fight as well.
I mean, you have Posensi on the top here, who can tell his teammates they have not left the building yet.
Yeah.
They did get a knock in just before. That forces them to stick around for a little while longer. And now this push could just commence, but you might want to add more people to it. I mean, you have your guy in the Pubgs on the bottom of, like down in the compound. He could push up as well. Posensi now taking shots from behind too.
Yeah, Purple really want to try and push into this. Got grenades to be used as well if they want to. Start off with the first one. Sabrak goes down. Battle going back and forth, and Sun Sister Suiciders eliminated. What a very calculated, clever push coming out there.
You say clever, but they push without helmets and vests. That's a scary push, if anything.
They knew they had a time to hit, right?
That is
they had
true.
to catch them moving.
Sunstriders
were in a position where they had to start making a move for it, and they just paid the price for it. They hung around too long.
Either you commit or you back off. They decided to pull on the pull-up pants, and they very much did that, getting themselves 4 kills in the action as well.
And that also means as well they'll be able to loot themselves up a little bit. Give themselves a golden opportunity to work with here. Jaden, this man, between Jaden and Rosa, they've been kind of the key pointmen for Afrika, but they've not been able to kind of close it out towards the end of the game here.
Yeah, they've been falling just short of placement points a couple of times now. For Axis, they've got a pretty decent position in Gadka. Unfortunately, as we saw with the circle there, it's just up on the northwestern side. That is, so odds going against them being in on the late game stages. We'll see though. Circle starting to close on in. Where are we headed? Is it going to be one of those atrocious open field endings, or are we going into the forest?
Rosa taking a few of them shots. Jaden making sure he can look around here. It's the information plays they're looking for.
Starlord, once again, all by himself. He plays solo all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, and he even got his bike up on the roof of this building. I mean, that's a pretty creative place. Got to know where all the ramps of nature to bounce you up there, and that's a pretty smart play coming in from him, getting himself a better overview of this open field.
He is the super scout. He is the man getting it done.
Yeah. He's also the man who caused half the population of the world to get killed. No spoilers.
Hopefully everyone's seen that movie by now, Toby.
Anyway.
You got a lot of angry people at you now.
Anyway, the other SSS that's still very much alive, they've all made their way inside this compound. They started around this area, then they backed off, and now they're pushing in on towards the guys on Crest Gaming.
Great nade to come out, though. That did some huge damage. Karad trying to hold it down still, but the pressure is on. Pureboy won't be finished off, be able to be picked up, which is the ideal situation. That shouldn't be too bad. Just need to get someone over to him quick enough to make it happen.
They need to get over there. Ares and Rio, they need to somehow make themselves more viable in this fight. If the push does come in from Suicide, then they will need them to be there. You see, they're all pinned down into one building. If this nade is on point, that'll be a double knock. Potentially not going to kill, but unfortunately, you saw it just bounce off. And again,
unlucky.
No helmets on them either. They are really, really aggressive. They do not fear dying here.
Hey, they're wanting to risk it. They believe in their own individual skills. I don't think they need it, even if we would disagree.
It's just one bullet. It's just one bullet to the head. It's such a dangerous play to make, because even though you have the better angle, even though you know exactly where your opponents are, he could get that one lucky shot off before you do, and that's your entire push completely taken out of proportion. Now, Gatka, we talked about them probably not being in, but they will be able to stay there for a little while longer. They will do their 2-2 split with Denji, and Hulk will go on the western side, and for all these other teams, will have to make their off through the forest.
Yeah, Actos cleverly moving their way around. Still 14 teams up at the moment, 51 alive. And this is starting to even out a bit.
Yeah,
people are
because
kind
we
of
lost so many players early on, right? Yeah.
Now Eska, he's doing the Hail Mary rush again.
They're sending it. These guys, they're not afraid.
He's going straight in for it. He's got his team backing him up, but Eska's leading the charge as per usual. The push is coming in. SSS want this so badly. They're going to go straight in, look for the opportunities. Kurad goes down, no problem at all. But Hulk, in the meantime, he's managed to find one of the Entus players. Pureboy's just sat there like, how does nobody check me? I'm just chilling in the corner.
Move on.
You guys go, and I'll hold myself here. You guys will think it's clear, and I can do some damage later on. But this is a bit of a firefight. Afrika's come into the fray. Sucks there from Rangers as well, but he starts to back away a little bit after he picked up the first kill. He's going to play it smart with his teammates there. The nades are going to go out as well. This is really just getting a bit too chaotic, as they've all kind of conditioned themselves around each other now.
And so important for Pureboy that the other guys from Crest Gaming started fighting the other compound, because when they saw them in the kill field, like, oh, we got a knock here, that must be because the rest of the players are over on the other area of the chopsticks area here. Now Rangers inside the dip, they've had good placements, you said yourself, have just not been able to pull off that win. And now HQ as well, a team we know are capable of great things. We'll see if they can do anything here against the guys from Korea.
So many kills have just come in there. I'd love to get an idea of exactly who is still up and who is still remaining, because it just seems like craziness has gone on.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's what happens when you have these moments where everything kind of dies down. The chaos will commence at one point or another, and especially in this area of the map with so many open fields and areas where you can't really sit yourself up and play from, realistically, you're forced to fight for these few compounds that you have available.
Now we're in a position where Pure Boy is still just chilling. He can hear what's going on. He must be thinking, okay, if I go in for it and I get a kill, that's the point. Yeah. But I'm then likely to be found. So it's easy for me to chill here and see how long they're going to play around me. Until someone walks into him, he doesn't really need to do anything. Pure Boy is living the dream, quite literally.
That's the thing, because normally what we would see with the point systems we're used to is like, oh, if I can just get one placement better, two placements better, you can get those extra few points. Here, there's no way he can sit in that closet until there are 4 teams remaining. I mean, I'm not going to take it away from him. Maybe he can. But odds are at least against it. So we'll see when he does decide to leave that little closet room he has available.
If he could hear us right now, he'd be saying, hold my beer. This is exactly what I
plan to do.
This
is exactly what I'm doing. I'm winning this game from this little check.
Now Yak trying to find his kills there onto the Actos players. Nicely done onto Hulk, and he gets the second as well. Beautiful work there with the 4 times. And he will be able to finish him off. Can just take his time with it. That's 2 further kills. Armory Gaming has been eliminated as well. And let's be honest, I don't think Actos is going to be able to hang in there too much longer either.
It's going to be really hard for them to get into a good spot. Fortunately, they do still have a couple of players alive. Make that 2, I believe. But for Luminous Stars, currently sitting in a very, very well-deserved first place spot. They're on the edge of the circle. We'll have to take this fight eventually. But now Nova getting pushed up upon by Rex Region.
Yeah, it's going to come into it. Nova got to be so careful. He's got a good position behind the rock, spraying it down, going to go in for it, and nicely played. Really exactly how you want to do it. Manages to eliminate them, and that was that was a fair 2-on-2. Yeah. Just had good positioning, smart use of the rocks there, was able to peek around them. And Yoshi, he's trying to do some damage here. He wants to be able to take down the L-Star players, and that's that little fight here towards the south.
He played it so smart. They bought himself a lot of time, made sure that the enemy would chunk down a little more with the damage. Oh, got to watch out for that, Nate. Don't want to knock your teammate. Milk does get the knock onto Sakai that had an insane performance in game number 1 on Miramar. Unfortunately, hasn't really gone his way as much since then. But now for Star-Lord. We saw him play alone earlier. Now he's alone for the rest of the game.
Yeah, he's back in action once again, though. We called him the Super Scout. Can he do any more heroic moments here to help his team out? Still 12 teams remain, and at the moment it's more about the kills that are going to come into it. And guess what? Pure Boy still sat in that house, still chilling.
Just chilling.
He's just waiting.
The thing is, if the game should end down there's no way that SSS, because they've cleared
their
compound according to themselves, right? So they're not going to go in there looking for him at all.
I'd like to call.
Oh, that's a headshot, Milk. Good shot there.
Very nice. Yeah, Milk getting it done. Are they going to try and contest this? Milk?
Oh, that's one more.
How much more can he get done here?
He must see Suck, right? He must see him. He's just waiting for more people to go around the corner. Oh, there's so many kills stolen, but that's not going to happen. That's going to be K3 with the finish off. And now AHQ, we know their capabilities. They've just been putting themselves into rough spots, but Milk, he sure is grinding placement points in.
Shots firing off. Godly, does he really want to try and push into this? This is maybe too much for him to handle. There is a moment where you should just try and back away. Both a Freak of Freaks and Actos, they're sat there. Just one player alive each, trying to make it work here.
See, this is the thing. Jaden, he's like, wait, where's the last guy? Where's the last guy? There's just only a knock. Yeah. Well, the last guy's Pure Boy. He's in the other compound. He's like, okay, I got to heal now. You saw him before he went for the finish off, looked around really quickly. He was expecting one more guy to come around the corner. Not happening. Jaden, you have this house all to yourself.
Toby, this is what I call the lazy peek. So if you ever see anyone ever walking around a house, walking around an area, and they're not checking it fully, and I mean actually committing to checking that room, that's a lazy peek, because you could have cost yourself something, exactly what's happening right here and right now.
Now Kongmu getting himself a knock onto one, so the Suicide guys that do manage to net themselves small points, taking out Yoshi there. Win. Just one with nature. Does not want to engage in anything. He's by himself, but as I say that, shots are coming in. He doesn't manage to get the knock, no, and now the position is the advantage of Sean Young. Does get him down low and gets the knock onto him too. That's actually going to be Indico with the knock. Great help coming in there. He will go down in return though.
Yeah, costly mistake there for the L-Star player. But the rest of his team will try and clear it up.
is peeking on a roof. He's a solo player. He's on a roof
He's
with a
hitting it,
car
though.
98.
He
He's
just hit
not
KO for
afraid.
50.
He is not afraid at all to take these fights. He's a solo player remaining. There you go. Good nade coming in from YDD. More nades are coming in as well. And this rescue mission, Kale, might just have failed. They will both go down, and the guys in Luminous Stars will continue to rack up points.
See Indigo, he's fighting for dear life, trying to help him out, but I think Yak maybe a little bit marked and numbered here. Oh, YDD, not the smartest play there.
Don't jump on the vehicle.
Takes a huge amount of damage. Going to have to drop the first aid in there quickly. L-Star's got to play it smart regardless. Yak's going to try and move forward here and potentially revive his teammate, but it's a big ask of this man.
LGE committed to this building, and now they're sitting dead center in the circle. Really, really well worth it for them. Entus, they're on the northwestern side, and they have access. I mean, he's still shooting from up there. You'd assume at this point, stop shooting.
Yeah.
The fewer people that know I'm here, the bigger my chance of getting a free push inside the circle is. He has a vehicle there. We know that he's fond of his bike, but will he be able to make this push or not? I'm not sure.
Pure Boy's still alive. He's still in the house. But he doesn't. Does he have to move?
He does, just exactly. He has to go out. He has to leave
about to
the
say.
house. Yeah, no, he has to leave. He has to leave. Yeah, that entire compound is going to be up, with the exception of the little open shack, like the control building that's outside. Oh, Star-Lord.
Does he go
Living
for
your
the
life
play?
dangerously. He has to get going. Circle's closing in 5 seconds. Takes the bike. Find a bush somewhere. It's not running. I don't know what your plan is, but you sure do need to get further forward because he's not inside the next circle.
Jaden in a nice spot to do some damage here. Will be able to finish off one. Looking for more. He knows that that player's just been revived. Godly's down on the floor as well. Jaden doesn't want to push it too further forward just yet. And Star-Lord takes a load of shots, jumps off the bike, tries to hide himself. Oh, and he's just too much of an easy target. Indigo will finish him off, and that's Actos Stars. Red eliminated. 8 teams remain. And Yak still there hiding behind the car at the moment.
The bush can grant you cover, for sure. But when the guy's shooting it, you see you go
When
in
he
that
knows
bush.
you,
It's
yeah.
not going to help you a whole lot. They'll just shoot at the bush until you die. And die he did. Now AHQ playing the way that we like to see them do. 4 guys all together, playing it super well and coordinated. They will make the push on the company. They know the importance of hard cover, have nothing to play from, and they will go to try and see if they can take this compound.
Oh, nicely done there. Good set of sprays coming out.
There are
They're
4
not one.
different teams shooting back at them, though. This is not easy. Pure Boy got a kill. There you go. He's finally in on the action.
Sure, Pure Boy, he's
AHQ
getting
once
it done.
again.
Oh,
Take
8th
him
place.
down, just outside of placement points. Jaden does go down, so that's going to be a Freak of Freaks out of the game as well. 6 teams remaining. And Pure Boy, we talked about him not getting into top 4 with that little position. You never know. You never know just what's going to happen.
Pure Boy literally living the dream. Even managed to get a kill, which was just unexpected across the board.
Because all of SSS is pushing out of the compound. You see 61 here. He's fighting against the guys in the L-Stars. He does get the knock onto one player, but he'll go down in return as well. And now for the Pure Boy, I mean, there's only, I believe, 1 or 2 players inside the compound. Could be a miracle play coming in for him, though. He got the knock and the finish off onto one, but he has to make the move down.
Pure Boy still getting damage done, though. Finishing off players. He's just holding on, trying to avoid the bullets coming in. He's got 14 health, but he does finally get finished off there. They managed to take him out, but Pure Boy, what an effort. I think
Really
that was 5th place? Yeah.
That was close, but no cigar. Might as well have gone out in 14th because you did not get any placement
He
points
got kills, though.
this game. He did get 2 kills. He did get 2 kills.
That was more than expected, but look at this circle now. LG, they're going to have to start moving. L-Stars, they're still here. They're still in it. The consistent
I said
team.
nobody's going to be in the top this much. They have 2 wins, a 3rd place, and now they're in top 4.
Look at the
4
damage being
games
done.
in a row.
YDD.
This is absolutely insane.
This is huge. YDD's just going to finish off RDK, no problem at this point.
Guys from EU, guys from NA, guys from CAS, if you're sitting and watching this, looking forward to the next global event, watch out for these guys because they know what's up.
Yeah, and they went down L-Stars. They went down a man very early on.
They did.
Right? They've still been able to fight this off here. Plenty of kills being put up on the board. They're playing it smart here. And now they don't actually have to wait for LGE to come out of their hiding hole because the circle's going to do that for him. So YDD's just looking around here, trying to find an angle.
YDD averages 500 damage per game. There's a reason he only has 6 bullets left in his SKS. He's shooting all the time. They are not afraid of taking fights, and they will do everything they can to engage him. And now LGE forced to leave this compound. They heard all the commotion down here. They will know that a team is coming from this area. But can Yandingo, can Yak do something to surprise them here? Oh, they get themselves an AWM as well. That's a beast of a weapon this late in the game.
Yeah, that could be a bit of a changer. That could be a bit of a game changer for LGE getting that crate. As we see L-Star start to maneuver around a bit. Entus are keeping it quiet with only 2 alive. They're maybe going to try and let the other 2 teams fight it out a bit, but they will all have to start to approach this circle as Yak gets that energy drink down him, gets himself readied up. Both him and Indigo, though, just proning their way through. And this is the question. Could they potentially sideswipe LGE a little bit here if they can keep it slow?
Even if they don't win this, they can make it so much harder for LGE to do anything. Because believe me, Luminous Stars, as soon as they hear these guys fighting, they're sending it. They're coming straight forward. So whatever team gets the third party in this one might just be the winning team. They're just waiting. Everyone's waiting. And as soon as these 2 teams start shooting, as soon as they see that kill feed being active, they're going to be right down there.
It's basically all down to who makes the first mistake, who's able to give away a bit of position. There you go. We see the nade go out. That's not going to be too much of a telling sign. Indigo. Oh, he'll now. So he must. Yes, he's seen it. Goes to scope-ins looking for it. But has he also been spotted? Indigo doesn't want to jump up and give away his position because he knows there'll be more than just one player around there. But he's playing this ever so cautiously. Look at that right on the tiniest edge of the circle. They could literally be on top of each other soon if they keep this up.
We have not seen a lot of situations where trigger discipline has been forced to really be a factor, but great to see Indigo not taking those shots. He only seen one guy, expecting there to be more. He sees him again now. Doesn't want to take the shots. Now he spots him, gets himself a knock on towards him too. Wants to go for the flush, knows the importance of the kill points here. He will go down in return, though. Got the finish off onto him, but not more to it than that. And now just waiting. You see L-Stars. They're coming in immediately. Easy. Going on the flank on the side, and they're getting on the action.
Now, Yak, he could be a bit of a thorn in both of their sides at this point. LG taking a lot of damage, though. The shots are raining in around them.
Look at the control that Luminous takes. Easy out on the east side, and you got the other 2 guys playing the west. They're playing this so smart.
Yeah, they want to really just close quarters this as much as possible, but from both sides, meaning they won't have a chance. But look at Yak's position. If no one suspects him, he might be able to kind of foil the plans that L-Stars are trying to put into motion here. LG have got to be so careful. They're the ones with only 2 players. They're the ones that people are hunting for most. They've also shot off the most shots in recent times, while Yak's just like, cool, I'm living the life right now. Easy got himself a car for a bit of cover as well. That can work out quite well for his advantage, but Yak's going to be found. He'll go down. Entus out in 3rd place, but a good effort overall. And now they all jump up. LG's coming in with it, but it's L-Stars again. 3 wins across the first day of 4 rounds. L-Stars don't just show that they're dominant, don't just show that they're consistent, but they show that they are not going to let anyone take advantage of them. They went down a man early, very towards the beginning of these phases, and still managed to hold it out there. And look at the smiles on their face.
I am completely mind blown by the fact that these guys can do this back-to-back, almost back. 3 wins in 4 games. That's unheard of.
They've not placed outside the top 3.
It's absolutely insane.
First. Great play from these guys. If they can continue that on to tomorrow, that would be just insanely scary. And this is where the other teams need to really step up their game.
And not only do they play well, we talked about the importance of having all you guys alive. Sure, they lost the guy early on in a tricky, sort of chaotic situation when they were rotating. But then they never lost another guy. I mean, no matter how many fights they forced to take, they will come out, they will prevail. And they have done that every single time they've been forced to take a fight. It's insane.
Yeah, you got to say as well, right? The Entus team, they played that as good as they could, right?
Oh, yeah.
They were heavily outnumbered. Yeah. They didn't have good position. They were just having to throw their way in. And they were really on the back foot. But he wasn't scared. And what I love, you mentioned it as well, is that he kept his finger off that trigger. Yeah. He could have easily gone in for it. He finally did it when he realized, okay, I've probably been spotted at this point. Managed to get the extra kill there, and then Yak was just trying to stay alive. Yeah. So to place top 3 is still very respectful.
And I must say that even though sometimes we say we hate snaking because it's so boring, they'll just be crawling around and stuff, I actually kind of enjoyed it here. Just showing, okay, exciting. So because in any other, I mean, the idea that I have of the Asian scene coming into this right now is like, I was just expecting them to all be running around shooting at each other. But the fact that they can actually also calm down when they need to, I mean, they will want to play aggressive, but they also have the discipline to say, you know what? Right now, because we are in the placements, we are at the point at which these 1 or 2 positions make such a big difference, we need to lay low and see what happens. I'd like to see that they can do both of those things.
And that's it, right? Because Entus have not been a team that have been scared from taking those fights either. Not at all. So it's not like our game plan is just to sit here and prone everywhere. No, that isn't the case. This is playing it based on the situation, based on where you've got yourself into. And I got to say that they managed to make that possible. Pure Boy as well, we've got to shout out Pure Boy. He managed to hang in there. Not only did he nearly make it to top 4, he was getting kills towards the end when he had to push out. If he had another extra second, he would have got a 3rd point as well.
And think about it this way. Had this been in any other point system that grants you something down the list, there were 14 teams alive.
Yeah.
When all of his when his teammate in that compound died. I think the other 2 guys on the other end, when they got killed by Jaden, there were 11 teams alive at that point. So he would have had it been another point system, something like 7 or 8 placements better for his team in that game. Unfortunately, not quite the case here, but just the fact that he survived for that long, very well played. Unfortunately, though, just a little too early there.
If you're ever a PUBG player, right, don't lazy peek. Check the room properly. Check every corner. You can't just go like, because you know what they do? They do this. They go like that really quick.
It's
and
like
so
in
they just don't
Counter-Strike, you
properly
peek
look.
it, but you don't actually peek it.
And they just go, okay, and then they think it's clear. And in their mind, they're like, and that just, Pure Boy probably sat there and went, okay, just going to chill now, wait on the side, don't need to do too much, relaxing.
The thing that really helped him was that the other guys from Crest started fighting, because they only got the knock. And then they flushed him. And then immediately as they were going to look further on the building, wait, Crest Gaming is fighting over here. Okay, that must be because the rest of the players there. But as you said yourself, you gotta, especially when you're pushing a building like that, you gotta clear the whole thing. Because had they killed him, had they not had any pressure in there, he managed to flush one guy with no retaliation. Then when he left the building, he killed another guy. And then he almost killed the 3rd, who ended up dying to the circle when they were pushed down by Luminous. Had he been dead from the start, they would never have lost that the first guy. And there would have been 4 guys together leaving that compound. Could have been a whole different game.
Well, what we're going to do before we end the show is I'm just going to give us a little bit of a rundown of where people are after day 1. So first, we've got L-Stars with 60 points. First. Just
in 4 games, you got 8 points for a win.
This is day 1, Toby. This is day 1. What is going on?
It's insane.
Actos Red, okay, they had a pretty poor final round, but they're still in 2nd place, 35 points. Entus, they've managed to hit 3rd with 30 points. LGE racked themselves all the way up to 4th place with 24 points. OP Rangers, 5th with 23. 17, 6th with 18. CG, they are at 7th with 15. And Aero Wolf will be on 8th place with 15. You can go on to Liquipedia and see down the rest of the scores and results for everyone else. The only team I'm very concerned for at this point is Afrika and AHQ.
Yeah.
9th and 10th at the moment, but they've not. We've seen them get a few kills. We saw Afrika play a good team fight on the second. No, I think it was Mirror on the first round.
Both the fights they have pushed have been fights where they got third-partied from elsewhere. They made the push on the Shack. Honestly, it wasn't a good call, and they probably realized that as well. They paid for it. They ended up getting killed because of it. Now, when they made this push, it was a good idea. There were just so many teams around them that if you want to make that push on a building, because the idea to swarm it is smart, but it's an open area. It's an open area of the map. If you want to swarm that, you got to just send it in the door. You got to just run straight in, because everyone else looking at that building, they will be shooting immediately.
Yeah. Hey, what a crazy first day it's been, Toby.
Absolutely nuts.
That is going to be all from us, but we'll be back tomorrow at exactly the same time, starting with Miramar and then going on to Erangel for 4 more games of PUBG. Let's see if L-Stars can keep it going. Let's see what the other teams can bring to the table. Will we see things shaken up a bit? It's going to be exciting nonetheless. Thank you very much, guys, for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow.
Boom. Boom, boom.